talk about. Um, so when it comes to being a human, right, it can be very challenging and very beautiful at the same time. As humans, we are so sensitive to other people's energy around us. And when we are going through challenges, we often make it a little bit more difficult than it should be because we do absorb other people's energy. We do take on other people's energy. And the challenge is that a lot of us take on other people's energy and we do not know that we have done that. So we're taking on their thoughts, their feelings, their emotions, their vibrations, and then we make them our own. And one thing that I've had to learn over my course of working on other people, of reading other people, of just communicating with other people is how to separate my energy from what is mine and what is everybody else's. Now, in the past, really coming into more of my abilities, I would all of a sudden have high anxiety. I would stress a lot. I'd be very highly emotional, sometimes even sick, and just not even know what was wrong with me. So one of the things I've often had to teach myself, my children, and my clients is how to separate my energy from everybody else's energy that I have come into contact with. So that's kind of what I'd like to talk to you about today. Okay, perfect. I'm just writing my notes down. We have a caller. I'll take that in just a moment. But going into this, what I'd like to teach you tonight is how to separate your emotions and energy from everybody else's. One of the ways you can tell that you have gathered up other people's energy is a mood flip, right? Have you gone from happy to upset instantaneously? Maybe some high anxiety that just kind of came out of nowhere. You're thinking about things that maybe you shouldn't even be worried about. And also the other signs could be like muscle tension in your body, headaches, dizziness. And those are a few signs that you have taken on other people's energy and created it to be your own. And that's the first step, is like identifying that something is wrong and then being able to separate it. So I'm just going to pause for right there because I do have a caller, and I believe I seen it was Ida from Louisiana. Is that what it was?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Got a little bit of a leg injury going on, so I'm moving quite a bit, but I'm great. What can I do for you today?
I guess I'm just kind of wanting a reading, possibly, I reckon, a future reading, and I want to know if my deceased girlfriend knew that I generally cared for her and loved her before she passed on, if that's possible.
Will you do me a favor and tell me your full birthday so I can get your energy, please?
Sure, it's November the 13th, 1985.
Okay, I do numerology, and that's how I tune in as soon as I get your birthday. And then, believe it or not, I have to remove my human glasses so I can do readings the spiritual way. What is your girlfriend's birthday?
It was July the 14th, 1984.
And what is her name?
Her name was Tori.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm just tuning in really quickly. How long has she been passed for now?
A little over a year.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, definitely the first thing I do pick up is a lot of love for you. The other thing that I really pick up on is she definitely had some work to do when she transitioned over. Looked like she had a lot of heaviness and a lot of anger. Are you aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
So
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We had separated a month before her passing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now this is how I see things. So if this goes against your belief, please just dismiss anything that does not fit you. But I have been able to see since I was about 3 years old, and from my perspective, a lot of people do go into a healing center, is what I would call it. And we have a lot of work to do sometimes because being a human is hard. And it's like layers,
Mhm.
like removing the layers of the energy and the emotions of being a human. And so that's where I seen that she went to straight away is she's really working on anger, forgiveness, because it looks like she held on to a lot of things in her lifetime. She just packed it on. And when I can see her
Mhm.
for her without all the heavy human. She has a lot of love and she liked to laugh a lot and she's kind of funny. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, yes, of course she sees you for who you are and how much she meant to you and she's also very aware of your situation, your heart and your mind and everything that I guess I would say she put you through and vice versa because they're able to see clearly with the eyes of the other side. And that's part of the healing is how they made you feel and stepping into your shoes. So of course she knows that you love her, that you were there. She knows your challenges, she knows your heart, and she has been around. You might not feel her as strongly just because she is healing, but she's there a lot, and it looks like she tends to show up frequently when you're getting ready for sleep, while you are sleeping. Definitely right before sleep, though. So, are you communicating with her or talking to her right before you go to bed? Is that something you've been doing?
No, ma'am, not really. I hardly ever go to sleep.
Oh, are you having a hard time sleeping right now?
Mhm.
Yeah. How long's that been going on for?
Since right before she passed.
Okay. Is that with trauma? Is that trauma induced? Is that what that is?
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just going to tune into that really quickly. Okay. Just I want to help you sleep because sleeping is very important to us. Yeah. Are you aware? Have you ever heard of binaural beats?
I'm sorry. What is that?
It's called binaural beats. It's where you have headphones, and this side of your ear will on the headphone will hear a certain pitch or tune. This certain ear is going to hear a different pitch or tune, and together the brain makes up a third frequency. And I frequently used to use binaural beats for happiness, for joy, weight loss, okay, things like that, but also for sleep. And having some type of binaural beat or frequency music is going to help to clear out your energy because it looks like you have a lot of anxiety and you just it's
Mhm.
almost like it's more than anxiety, it's almost like a panic, like if you fall asleep it's like your body kind of panics. Is that what you're experiencing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so being able to calm your nervous system down is going to be the key here for you to sleep. um, Yes, I'm just okay. Where are you located? Louisiana. Have you ever heard of like ice bathing or cold plunging or anything like that?
I've heard of that before.
If you could ever do it, please, please look into it. I know it sounds horrendous, especially if you're from the heat in Louisiana, but being in the
Uh-huh.
cold for up to 2 minutes when you get into cold water, it will rebalance your whole nervous system, clear your mind.
Okay.
It becomes more like a meditation because it's so cold, you can't think of anything but the cold. So you have to breathe. You start breathing in deeply. Everything about sitting in cold water for 2 minutes is going to help rebalance your nervous system and help you to sleep. Um, but she is coming to you while you are sleeping or right before sleep especially. So that is when I would tune in, I would talk to her, tell her everything that you want to tell her. Like there looks like there needs to be some forgiveness on your part too. And but the one thing I need you to know, because she's telling me, is that you're doing much better than you think you are. You're so hard on yourself, and you actually have been doing a better job than you're giving yourself credit for. It's okay to let all the negative go so that you can grow. Um, she is sending a lot of love again because she's saying, I love you. And okay, so she's also saying that she forgives you for all the anything too. And that's part of her healing process. She's lightening the load so she can fully transition over to the other side. So, is there other questions that you might have that I've kind of gone quickly over that you might need some clarification on?
No, ma'am, that's good.
Are you happy or is it sad? Which one is it?
Just a little bit of both.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have other questions that I might be able to help you out with?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor. Tell yourself the most kindest things about yourself because you are doing a great job. And I know it's still difficult and you are still grieving. During the grieving process, our body depletes itself of a micronutrient called selenium. And if you do not have selenium in your system, it's going to make the grieving process harder. So I would definitely recommend some selenium as well as vitamin D3, 5, and that's going to help you with your depression and the grieving process as well so that you can overcome this and not so much of a heavier way, but making it lighter for yourself. But please be kind to yourself because you're going to get there. If you can do some healing modalities that I've been talking to you about, I think that you would be bounced out of it. And I would say about 6 months, not that the grief is ever going to fully go away, but to feel more like yourself and be more happy. I see that happening in about 6 months' time, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a great night, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you so
welcome.
much.
Okay, I think next we have Suzette from Ontario, Canada.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for picking me for the reading tonight.
You're welcome. What can I help you out with today?
I was wondering if you can look into career for me, if you see a new job coming for me.
Hey, when is your full birthday? If you'll give it to me so I can tune into your energy better, please.
Sure, my full birthday is December 21st, 1973.
Perfect. Thank you. You can probably hear my marker squeaking. I apologize for that. Oh, you got some challenges. Okay. I'm sorry. I do numerology, so I just see the chart really quickly and grab your energy. Okay, so I know that you're asking about career, but I do want to go over a few things really quickly because as soon as I gathered your energy, the first thing that came in was like a wave of anxiety and overthinking and overthinking and overthinking. So, is that what you do? You overthink everything?
I do, and lately, yes, I've been doing it a lot and tail spinning.
Yeah. Okay. So, I have another question for you, just because in your energy. Let's see. I don't know how to correctly word this, so I apologize, but it's almost like you've experienced a lot throughout your lifetime, especially when you were younger, of people just not being kind to you and more like women not being kind to you. Is that accurate?
Yes, very
Yeah.
accurate.
Okay. Because that is something that I'd really want you to clear up before you go into a new job. Is almost like it's almost like you're carrying PTSD from women kind of being negative or bullying or betraying you, that there's a vibration that's going with that. And I would really like you to clear this up before you get a new job because a new job is coming. I can definitely see you starting fresh, but it's almost like since you haven't made up your mind of how you want to feel or what you want to do, it's almost like a limiting belief that is fighting up against your conscious mind. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I'm just tuning in a little bit more. Bear with me. I injured my leg, and every time I move it, I get a pain, and so it kind of throws me off just a little bit. But the one thing about you that looks like you're really good at communicating and listening to other people and really communicating with them. Are you aware of that you can communicate really well and get people to almost like understand a new direction that they need to go?
Yes, especially with the younger generation, like the teenager years.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what did you do previously for work, or what are you doing right now?
So previously, I was in accounting and then a stay-at-home mom. And
Okay.
now I'm looking to go back. I'm studying Pilates, but I'm
Yes.
hoping for something. I was thinking of a high school counselor.
Yes. So I would have actually said a therapist or counselor. I don't know where you're at with your degrees or how you guys do things up there in Canada, but something like that, even a life coach of some kind. I can still see you almost being like a team leader and helping people with direction. They're just showing me this image of you with several people in the room, and you're the leader and you're giving advice and knowledge and directing people. So that's why I was talking to you about that. When you're talking about the teenagers, though, what I love about that is they need direction. Uh, they need people who understand, because so many of the teens are just missing the light. And so I currently, for the last 11 years, have done spiritual hypnosis, and I work a lot with teenagers to help rebalance their mind and, bring the light from the other side back in. So, I mean, even different types of nutrition to help them rebalance their brain, it is much needed. And I can see you doing that. So, I definitely would have said a counselor, life coach, or something like that. Um, what do you need in order to become a therapist up there?
Or I'd have to go back to school for
And
sure.
is it
So
how
they
many
studied
years is it
accounting.
up
I
there?
didn't study.
I
I
know.
haven't looked fully into it. I haven't looked into it. I just, because I have a teenage son. So then
Okay.
I don't know. It just came to my mind.
Yes. Okay. Do me a favor, because becoming a therapist might not be the right path per se, but there are a lot of different things that are very similar. Like life coaching is very similar. I myself, where I do hypnosis and had to learn how to communicate with the subconscious mind, I am able to talk to people much like a therapist would and dig in there and ask a bunch of questions. And then I learned a lot of healing modalities, so I'm able to do like EFT tapping, energy work, kinetic shifting, which is like pulling negative energy out of the body and replacing it. There's so many different modalities without needing a college degree per se. So please look into like some type of coaching or something similar, or even inventing a program that would allow people to come in and, gather together like some sort of support system. Because you have an idea coming, I know you do. You just need to clear your mind and your old energy out. Oh, also, they're telling me for you to do some inner child work as well, to go back in and heal your little girl and give her lots of love and become playful again, the same way you would when you were a child. And you're going to start getting more creative ideas. Yeah.
Oh, and how
Yeah.
would I
Have you,
clear out
okay, tell me again,
the
what's the
energy?
question?
How
Okay,
do I
the,
clear
the
out the
negative
energy?
energy. Okay, the negative energy from like the people being mean to you, I guess.
Yeah.
So if it were me and I've had that experience before, I'd use lots of different modalities. Um, I do forgiveness work where I literally call on their higher self and imagine them with me in front of me. And I ask for forgiveness, or I tell them that I forgive them. I tell them I'm safe enough to let this go. I tell myself that I no longer need that energy. I do different types of EFT tapping to get it out of my body. Um, I do Ho'oponopono. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I do a lot of different modalities to just clear it out. And I would start with those. So again, calling their higher
Okay.
self down, telling them anything that you need to. You know what? You were mean to me. And there must have been a lesson in this for me, for patience, forgiveness, tolerance, self-esteem. So thank you, thank you, thank you for the lessons, but I no longer need to carry the hardship. I'm choosing to let that go, right? EFT tapping to get it out of my system, so I'm no longer carrying it anymore. I choose to fully release this to the best of my ability. I choose to let this go. I choose to be as happy as I can. This is no longer a vibration in my system. I mean, whatever comes to your mind, just let it go. And doing the work every day for 2 weeks should really significantly shift. And then when you do that, then I would do the inner child. Sorry, I do this because my little girl sits on my shoulder, so I'm always checking in with her. So I'm tapping my left shoulder and I just talk to my little girl. I want her to feel safe. I want her to know I'm here for her. I play and I invite her to come out and play, and tuning into that childlike energy will then help you to understand what direction you need to go to work with kids and children. And you know what? Just anybody in general, because you're really good at giving them direction and allowing them to feel heard. So, yep, start writing your ideas down because it's going to come to you.
Oh, oh, perfect.
Do you have any other
Great.
questions I can help you with tonight?
Do you see me living at my current house longer than, or maybe 2 years?
Okay, is the question, do I see you living in the current home for longer than 2 years?
Yeah, like, or up to 2 years.
Okay. Are you leasing or something? Is that why you're asking this?
No, I bought, but I'm in the middle of a divorce.
Oh, okay. And are you wanting to keep the house? Is that what you're wanting to do?
I do, yes.
Yeah. At this current time, I do not see you staying in that home. But I think that I think it's more or less going to open up new opportunities for you by leaving that place when the time comes. I actually think it's going to open up opportunities. It's like getting rid of the old to come into something fresh. And if you choose to see it like that, like this is ending, negative things or however you want to look at it, and I get to receive new blessings and new opportunities, it'll lighten that up for you. But I do see you moving at this current time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And would it be less than 2 years?
I see less than 2 years on this current timeline. Now, if you guys make a different decision, it could always change the future, but I see it less than 2 years at this current time. But it's going to be as easy as you allow your mind to make it for you. If that is something that happens and you do move, please make a habit of writing down to the universe everything you do want for your next place and the next new beginnings, because they will provide that for you. Every detail you possibly can think of for your new place, everything that you want, and they will give that to you. That's how I get all my new beginnings with houses and homes. And just make it as easy as possible for you. Don't fight it if the universe says that to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would I have the job by the end of this year?
Yes, I do see you having a job. It might not be the one that we were just talking about with helping the kids, but yeah, you're going to have a job. You're going to be fine. That's going to be good for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hope you have a great night, and I want to hear back from you in a few months or so, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good night. Okay, guys. I only have just a short period of time, but one of the things I'd like you to know is that when we're taking on other people's energy, we're going to flip our mood. So the first thing I do is ask, who have I been around that I've taken on their energy? And that one question, who is wrong with me, helps me to separate the energy. And as soon as I do that, I start to pull out the energy and just release it physically. And that takes it from me. So I get my energy more clear and back to myself. I'm going to talk more about this in the future. Thank you so much. Again, you can watch me on YouTube on Moonstruck TV Wednesdays nights at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. You can find me on Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee on Facebook. I hope you have a great night, and I will see you again next Wednesday, 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, 10:30 East Coast Time. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome wherever you're watching on Catch Up or live in this wonderful world of ours. Welcome to Urban Monk 101 Mindfulness and Why Thinking is Killing You, live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I want to continue the theme of mindfulness and manifestation and talk about the RAS, R-A-S. That's the Reticular Activating System. I think I said that right. If not, Google it. And I talk about the RAS a lot in my book, The Death of a Narcissist, which is available on Amazon. So if you haven't got it, why not? So I want to talk about the RAS. The Reticular Activating System is actually a walnut-sized piece of the brain, if you like. So it's at the base of the brain and at the top of the spine. And it's basically, its job is to look at things and to control things and to wake you up. You know, if you go to bed at night, you need to wake up at 5 a.m. Chances are you'll wake up 5 minutes before your alarm because your mind is focused on waking at 5 a.m. It's the RAS that does that. If you're looking for a new car, a red car, your RAS will search out the vibrational energy of red cars and you'll see more of them. As I mentioned last week, science says that's actually a thing, but it's not the fact that you're sending out vibrational energy to the universe. It's just that you happen to be aware of a red car, so you see more of them. Well, dress it up how you like. It's simply, that's the way the brain works. Vibrational, scientific, looking for it, just feeling it, seeing it, it matters not. So in the world of spirituality, where I come from, mindfulness is about getting the body and the brain and the mind to vibrate at the universal level. And to achieve that, we need to live in the moment, to be present without fear or anxiety. When we get stressed, as I mentioned on previous shows, and I'll mention again, it's the brain telling you that you're being attacked by a saber-toothed tiger and your body floods with cortisol, getting ready for fight or flight. So the RAS is a little walnut-sized shape, part of the brain that sends out those signals or listens to what you say. In the Chimp Paradox by Professor Steve Peters, that would be classed as the computer. We've got the human, the chimp, and the computer. So any event that you have, any incident or action or want or desire that you have, we store those thoughts and actions in the computer, in the RAS. It will then pop up the next time that situation occurs and say, nah, it didn't work out so well last time, so perhaps we're best not doing it this time. For example, I might have mentioned it before, it's a snowstorm, your TV's got no signal, you want to climb on the roof and sort your TV aerial out to get a better picture. The brain, the computer, the chimp even, to protect you from dying, would say, not a good idea. Last time you did that, you slipped off and broke your arm. That's how the computer works from Steve Peters' point of view. And from the RAS point of view, it's no different. It will send out signals about what you want. It will look for the things that you are searching for, and it will lead you and guide you towards those eventual results that you're actually after. So in mindfulness and in meditation, it's about not the how, but about the why or the what. So if you manifest and you start to live in the moment and be present without anxiety, we start to think about, this is what I would like to have, this is what I would like to achieve, this is what I would like to, we call them dreams. So in modern society and modern parlance, we call those things dreams. It's really a goal. And a goal without a dream is just a wish. So we need to think about how we're going to achieve those things. And the more we think about them, like we think about the red car, then the more they come to pass. So it's not about how. People get bogged down with, I need $1,000. How am I going to earn that? Well, we don't need to worry about how. We manifest a lifestyle where that $1,000 would be there anyway. We live, as they say in psychology and science, we live as if. Spoke about it, I think, the last show or the show before I went on another walkabout. We want to look at what it is we want. We need to send out those signals into the universe. Those thoughts will then vibrate at the same energy level as the thing that you most desire. Again, science would say, well, that's not the case, because you can't just sit on your settee and wish for $1 million and $1 million will appear. But the Chinese say, and I spent a lot of time in China, the Chinese say, do nothing and nothing remains undone. So if you think about the double negative side of that, if you do nothing and nothing remains undone, then something must be happening. So we don't need to do the lottery. We don't need to go to this casino and gamble. We need to focus on manifesting through the RAS what it is that we actually desire. The universe will then find a way with those thought vibrations to connect you to the vibrational energy of what it is you want. Without being present, we can't vibrate at the universal level. We will be forever anxious. We will be forever angry. We will be forever frustrated. We will be pissed off. I'm not sure if I can say that, but Dave will tell me after whether I can or not. We'll be annoyed at the way our boss treats us. We'll be annoyed the way our partner treats us. We'll be annoyed about the way the guy cuts us up at the intersection or on the roundabout if you're from the UK. It's those thoughts, those vibrations that keep us bound to the earthly level when we're trying to get to our natural form, our spiritual level, our universal vibration. And we can only do that by being present. If the guy cuts you off, he probably didn't know, or she probably didn't know. Just let it go. Remember the film Bad Boys with the woosah? Do the woosah. It's quite simple. Just let it go. I was in Virginia City in, I'm not sure if it's Nevada or California, one or the other, where Bonanza was filmed. I was there last year, and one of the first videos that I posted from that trip was a quote that's now my Urban Monk Facebook profile. It was a little t-shirt in a shop, and it just said, let that shit go. So by letting that shit go, nothing can bother you. And if nothing bothers you, you'll begin to vibrate at the universal level. You'll begin to vibrate at your earthly level, which is where you are meant to be able to pass through into the next dimension when that dreadful time comes where we pass. So while we're here, think about what it is you want. Think about what it is that you desire, and think and live it as if you already had it. So if you, I'm not suggesting you go out and spend $1,000 on a new guitar or $20,000 that you might not have on a new car, but in your mind, live it as if you have it. So feel like you're a millionaire, feel like you're wealthy, feel like you live in that picket fence house made out of logs in the wilderness. You feel like you're living off grid. Live it as if, and the how will present itself. Opportunities will arise that you weren't expecting, that will guide you to the next level. You'll meet somebody, you'll start networking. A story from a long, long, long time ago. I booked a trip with my family to Florida. It was something like $2,500 that I needed. I didn't know where the money was coming from. And I wasn't the urban monk at the time, so I wasn't enlightened, and I wasn't living the way I'm living now, living as if. I booked the trip. Didn't know how I was going to pay for it, but back in the day, you could book a trip and you had so many months before you needed to pay off the balance. So I booked the trip, didn't know how I was going to pay for it. And come deadline day, when it was time for the $2,500, I had no idea how I was going to pay it. And I got home from work and there was a brown envelope letter in the mail. Well, if you're from the UK, and I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but a brown envelope normally means it's a bill. It's something that you don't really want to open. But I opened it anyway. And it turned out it was a check for $2,500 from the solicitor that had dealt with the purchase of my new house. No idea. Didn't know it was coming. Didn't know that somewhere along the line somebody was sat in an office looking at the amount of money that my builder or my real estate agent had put in a little pot for me to pay for any kind of legal fees that I might have had. So once all the legal fees were paid for and sorted out, the remaining outstanding balance was sent to me in a check for exactly £2,500, $2,500, let's say. Not something I knew was coming, not something that I was banking on when I booked the trip, but I lived as if. I booked it not wondering or stressed or fearful of how I was going to pay for it or if I was going to have to cancel and upset the children. I just carried on booking the holiday and living as if we were already going. And that's the same with every aspect of life. If we live as if, the universe will put things in place, the energy vibration that you have will be in place so that you are able to live your life as you want it to live. That all comes from the RAS, the reticular activating system. Google it. It will tell you exactly what's happening. Oh, I've got a message from somebody. Oh, hello, everybody. No, it's not everybody. It's not anybody. It's somebody. It's Dave telling me I've got 2 minutes to go. So I've waffled on enough. It's gone so quickly because I was really getting into my stride. So Google the RAS, reticular activating system. If you get a chance, hit me up on Facebook, Urban Monk UK, Facebook, and Long Road to Richmond, and urbanmonk.uk@gmail.com, and urmo.co.uk. That's the website, Urban Monk, urmo.co.uk. Stay safe, enjoy yourself. I'm having a ball of a time in Times Square, although the clouds are quite still at the moment. I'm not sure if it's the bad weather, but I'll catch you all on the other side, and take care and have a great week. See you soon.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, from Asheville, North Carolina, on this beautiful fall day. I hope everyone had a great holiday weekend and is doing good. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Robin, an evidential medium, a psychic, an animal communicator, and happy to do a psychic reading for somebody today if they're interested. So I'll just wait a few minutes for somebody to pop on. And while we're waiting, I wanted to talk a little bit about manifestation. Manifestation has been huge for me lately. And it works for the most part. No, it does. It really does work. So for those of you who are not sure what manifestation is, so it's the practice of using your thoughts and your feelings to bring your greatest desire into reality. It can involve you visualizing what you want. It can involve affirmations and gratitude. And when you do this, it aligns your energy with your goals and helps you to attract what you want, your outcome, your greatest desire. It's really important to clarify what your desire is. It needs to be clear. It needs to be a vision. And I have someone here for a reading. But remember, if you have any questions, just give me a shout. I'm happy to help with your manifestations. Hello, Carol in Indiana. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I am good. Excuse me for having a runny nose, though. Allergies are starting up early this year.
Yeah.
I hope you had a great weekend. And how can I help you today?
Just maybe some kind of a outlook for my future. What could be happening with my career? Had a couple of problems at work, but I think I got them worked out. But been with the company a long time, and I don't want to leave. So maybe we could just do it a career reading, and if anything else important pops up, would be good too.
Okay, so I'm going to use a little bit of my own psychic intuition as well as tarot cards. So while I'm shuffling,
Great.
I'd like for you just to concentrate on you and think about work.
Okay.
And let's see what comes up. Okay, so for the most part, I do feel like you fixed whatever happened, or it was
good.
fixed, because I don't know
Wow.
why, but I'm getting the feeling that you felt it more than anyone else felt it, and that it wasn't quite
yeah.
as bad as you thought it was. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm
Totally.
not saying you blew it out of proportion, but sometimes we overthink things, and I feel like you might have done a little bit of that. But I also feel like you fixed with words whatever was said or done. I am
good.
getting I don't know where the patience is coming in. I don't know whether I feel like you need to be more patient with yourself. Okay?
Absolutely. I'm working on. I believe that's my life. One of my life lessons, purposes, what have you, is to learn patience. Yes,
Yes.
I'm a people pleaser. I work with the public. I'm very respected at my job, and I enjoy what I do. It's just I have a boss that's bipolar and unmedicated or self-medicating with bourbon, so I'm dealing and
That's
I'm
not
dealing
good.
with him and no, and I had to go to the union, and the union they were meeting today on some things that he wrongly tried to reprimand me for, and I like you said, I believe I corrected it, but you know. I got to go on. Life's got to go on, and I'm
Yes,
not
I
leaving
feel,
that. That's yeah.
I
And yeah,
don't
you're
feel
right. I
like,
do. I am an overthinker.
okay. I don't feel like, I feel like it was good that you went to the union. I
It
hope
is or isn't.
is good. You needed to do
Oh, good,
something
good.
and you needed to take a
Okay.
step to put your job and other people's jobs back in balance. Your
Exactly. I
boss,
stood up for a young man. I stood up for a young man that had to go through the same thing, but worse than me. I stood up. I told the union I'm standing up for him also. So you got
Mhm.
that. You got that right.
And I do feel like the union will stand up for you and for everyone. And again, put things back into balance. I do feel like you're highly respected. I am going to say,
Good.
please don't lose sleep over this because I feel like you are. Because I feel like you're dreaming about it as well.
Oh
Um, I
yeah.
feel,
Yes,
I
I
feel like
am.
that will come to an ending.
I'm good.
Again, I feel like you're fixing the roller coaster ride. I don't feel like it's going to feel like that anymore.
Oh,
I
you got
see
that
the
right.
beginnings. I also feel like you may be offered. Okay, so I don't want to say you're going to be offered his job, but I do feel like there's an offer coming.
Oh,
Um,
good.
I feel like you are very highly respected, and I feel like you can do his job with one hand tied behind your back. um,
Oh
so
yeah. Yeah.
I feel like there's something coming. So I don't know
Oh,
why I'm
thank
getting
you.
words, put your seatbelt on, because that's what I'm getting. Put your seatbelt on and just wait because something's coming.
Oh,
I
oh,
see a lot
good,
of new
good.
beginnings this fall before the year is over. I also see
Ah,
more, I see your finances getting better. Um,
oh, thank you, God.
I also see growth. So again, you're not at a dead end in this job. This is the beginning. Well, I don't think it's the beginning, but the middle. It's just not the end.
Yeah,
And I
it's
do see growth.
you're sound. Yeah, because well, I'll make a long story short. I work in a meat department. I'm the head meat wrapper, and they're talking about going to pre-pack because the meat cutters
Okay.
are overpaid. And with that, if that does happen, I would be the manager because I'm just the wrapper, and the all the meat cutters, meat managers would be laid off, and that's what the company wants to do. And then I would be the meat manager, and all I would have to do is put the price tag on the meat and put it out, which is
Mhm.
probably what's going to happen
Okay.
and you validated it for me. Thank you.
No, that's good. I'm glad I did that. Again, I do see
Thank you.
growth. Um, I feel like you should celebrate you, and I feel like you should have faith in yourself, but I'm also getting trust your gut, trust your intuition because it's strong. You will get
Oh yeah, it
justice.
is.
Yeah, and
Oh,
you will
thank you so
definitely get
much.
justice. This isn't the end for you. This is the beginning. I also feel like um I don't know. I feel like there might be a side business or something for you. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because
A
I
little
feel like
something
it's
extra.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's time for you to start a something that you really desire, something that's important to you. You are a people person and you help more people than you know with just your words. So I don't know
I
if it's
try. I
becoming
try.
the union rep, like working for the union and being a rep, or
Oh.
if it's
Ooh.
doing something totally different on the side to make extra money, but that's something that you're going to love. So I was talking about
Wow.
manifestation before you came on, and I'm going to tell you, it suggests that you start writing down your thoughts and your desires and start manifesting what you want because it's
Okay.
the time for you to really follow your journey and follow your desires and build what you want to build. Does
Okay, I'll do
make
that.
sense?
You got that right. Yes. I've
Okay.
been thinking about how to manifest, and I don't really like journaling or writing things down, but when I wake up in the morning, I got all these dreams and things in my head. I got so many answers. 'Cause I'll go to sleep with a question and wake up with an answer in my dream. I got to start writing this stuff down. You got that right.
Okay. Because I feel like
Yeah.
if you don't like to write, that's fine. You don't have to. Do you like to draw or doodle? Because you could
Yes,
also
I was
doodle.
in the arts. I used to paint. Yes.
Okay, because I'm getting that
Yeah.
maybe that is what you're supposed to be doing, painting more and painting your dreams. Because maybe you're
Oh.
going to help people with your artwork. Um, I even
I,
it's okay if you don't like to write. You can talk into your phone and make a memo so
uh-huh.
you remember things as well.
Oh, yeah. I
But
forgot
maybe
about
it's
that.
your
Yeah.
art because I do feel like photography, I feel watercolors or oils, there's something, or it could just be pencils, but I feel like you have a lot to give and you're a healer. So your art may be helping other people to heal.
Oh, wow. I thought
So-
I was. Wow, you almost
Okay.
brought me to tears because I thought that's what I think I am. I just didn't know if was or not. Thank you.
You're definitely a
Wow.
healer. You want to help people, and it's not
Yeah.
to make money. It's because it makes you feel good. You have a big heart.
Right, right. Yeah. Thank
So
you. I
take it
I
to the
feel
next
you do
level.
too.
Excuse me. Take it to the next level. Take it where you want to take it to. Take it the highest you can. I mean, you're helping people at work.
Okay.
You probably help people outside of work. And I feel
Yes.
like even if a stranger came up to you and you asked how their day was, they would start talking to you about things that you wouldn't think they would talk to you
Oh,
about.
yeah. Strangers walk up to me and they know me because I've helped them before, and they start telling me their life stories. And then before I know
Yeah.
it, been a psychologist for like 3 people in the last hour, and I like doing
That's
that. I've
awesome.
always wanted to take psychology, but I just should have and didn't. But
Well, you don't
yeah,
have to,
I
but
love it. Yeah,
you don't have to, you're not doing a
yeah.
therapy session for someone.
I give
But this
advice
is
a
what you
lot, and
do.
people come back and thank me. Yeah,
Yeah. And this is what
and
you
I
do.
enjoy it.
Yeah, and you should
Yeah.
keep doing it. And it
Okay.
just takes you to the next level of where you want to be. And we
Oh,
have 30
great. Thank
seconds
you.
left. But I am going to end it with follow your greatest desire. You can be and do anything you want. Be you.
I'm going to start looking for new things. You're right. I need to do
Good.
that.
I am glad to hear that. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye. And it was really nice chatting with you.
Thank you so much, and God bless.
God bless. Well, thank you for joining me today, and I will see you in a week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Nikki the Psychic. Nikki the Psychic. Live from Nikki-the-psychic.square.site. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Nikki the Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So I wanted to stick with more of a collective reading today regarding relationships, because that's what I've been dealing with my private phone readings that I do. And on the split, we have the 2 of Cups and the 10 of Cups. And the 2 of Cups is all about that divine love. And the 10 of Cups is one of the happiest cards in the deck next to the Sun. And that is the ultimate family card. So this message is for the single collective. And you're wondering why you keep hitting speed bumps or seeming like you're finding the same individual over and over again. It's more because you've grown, but your taste in your significant other has not. And that's where the change needs to happen in order for you to get this energy around you and to be able to have that individual that you just naturally connect with and that you naturally flow with. You have to change your standards. And by raising your bar and changing your standards, you're going to start attracting individuals and finding individuals that are more along the path that you view as mature and you view as just having integrity and being honest and things like that. So if you're used to finding love in like that Low Places song keeps coming into my head, like places like that, like bars, wineries, stuff like that, like single people in that place are only going to that place because they're lonely and they're looking to meet somebody. So I want you to start going to places with an open mind that you're going to attract somebody on your tier, but change the place that you're going. Go to like craft shows, go to different events in your community. School events is another big one. If you have children, you want to really find somebody and have somebody find you that's on the same level with their priorities in life right now. If you're looking to settle down and start that next chapter, you're not going to find that person in a bar. You're not going to find that person in somebody that's freshly divorced. You're not going to find that in those areas. And that's where the issue is. That's where you're getting that pushback. And they just seem to come in and you're out of your life very fast. And that's because they're not meant to be there. They're learning experiences, and you're not seeing the cycle that you have to break in order to be better and to find better. So with that being said, I want you to step back and write down what you find attractive now. Because a lot of you are looking at what you used to find attractive, but you're on your healing path. So you have to change that. You have to look for people who are honest. You have to look for people who have a 5-year plan, who have investments, who are hardworking, who don't we all have addictions, who don't suffer from like a drinking problem or a drug problem. Like you need to find somebody you don't have to save. And that's where a lot of you guys are messing up, because you're feeling bad for these people and you're figuring out that like, okay, well, maybe they can be better for me. Maybe they can change. If they're this old and they still haven't changed, then they're not going to change. Like you're waiting for your ships to come in. You're waiting for that person, but it's not happening because you're not changing your environment and you're not changing your standards. If you want to be put on a pedestal, you have to put yourself on that pedestal so that people see that energy, so that people are attracted to that energy. Yes, it's going to attract some moths, but that's where you need to use your intuition and you need to use your discernment to just work through those red flags, work through those people who are no longer serving your vision of how you want to live your life. Like, and these people will come in fast. It's just you have to do that little bit of work of changing your perspective, because right now you feel like you're at a loss, you're lonely. Like maybe you have gotten out of a very toxic relationship and you're just trying to progress forward and find your happiness. And it's going to come out of nowhere. And I'll tell you that right now, it's going to come out of nowhere. And but you have to block the people, places, and things that no longer serve who you are. And that might sound repetitive, but that is the biggest thing whenever we are progressing forward into living the life that we want to live. We don't want to keep ourselves in a mental prison. We want to progress forward where we can be our true self. We don't have to adjust who we are, like to appease somebody else. Like, we want to be listened to, we want to be respected. So look for people that are looking for the same characteristics as you are. And that might sound a little cliche, but it makes a lot of sense when you really sit down and think about it. If you're going to the bar and you're looking for love, you're not going to find love. You're going to find somebody that you need to heal. And that is a gender neutral statement. You can take it as as it resonates. If you meet somebody in those type of after hours environments, it's never going to work out the way you want it to, because the healing's not there, because people who are on their healing path aren't spending their time in a bar. They're not wasting hours and stuff like that. Like, they have investments, they have multiple jobs, they have a house that they're remodeling. Like, those are the characteristics that you need to deem attractive at this point in time in your life. Not, oh, I feel bad for so-and-so, they're sitting here all by themselves, they just need somebody to love them. No, you're going to just keep going through that same exact cycle until you break it. So, and then, yes, we got the Death and we got the Queen of Swords on the split. So this is definitely a whole new game for you to be playing. Like, you're going to need to stand in your boundaries. You're going to need to keep that sense of integrity for yourself, and really learn to trust your intuition to filter out who's good for you and who's not. But we also had the Hermit card there for a second, and that's telling me that you need to go inward. You need to spend a little bit of time alone. Like, if you're single and you have been single, maybe you haven't been doing the work to attract somebody that actually feeds into you and pours into you the way you pour into them. And that's where you need to make those changes. That's where, like, we got the High Priestess, like, and you know this, you just need to slow down and listen. You need to take the loneliness out of the equation and pick up a hobby that takes your mind off of this situation of being single and whatever. And you never know, in that hobby, you might meet somebody who loves the same things that you do. And that is, instead of trauma bonding and like starting the relationship talking about what so-and-so did to you or why you broke up or this, that, and the third, you're talking about positive things like the stuff you have in common, movies that you like, music, like food, home decor, things like that. Like, those are really where the relationship starts expanding. That's where things start taking off in the best direction. And that's where you're really going to start oiling that wheel of fortune in the direction that you want it to go. It's not going to look like somebody sad by themselves. Like, because people who are successful in life aren't sad and by themselves. If they are by themselves, they're by themselves doing something productive that's going to push them ahead. Like, we have the Empress card. They're nurturing themselves. They're nurturing their life. And that's exactly what you should be doing. Like, don't play the victim that you're sad and lonely and single. Get up there and make the differences in yourself to start attracting that person and to meet people through positive things and to have positive conversations and to build a happy life and a happy relationship off of something that's truly divine, that truly lights up your life, that you don't have to second guess. And so many people, like, They don't want to do that because they get familiar with how they're finding their relationships. They get familiar with those environments and it's not panning out how they want to. And then they literally just repeat that cycle forever. Or sometimes they do meet that person in their life and they're not emotionally mature enough to accept that energy at that point in time. So then that relationship falls apart from your own doing because you are seeing past relationships in a relationship that has absolutely nothing to do with that scenario anymore. And that could be what's causing the delays too, is you're not doing your work. You're not putting down your painful burdens to move forward, to be able to accept that kind of relationship, which is honestly the relationship that you truly want. Like you're not going, like that's just not going to work out. Like you can't have somebody who is on a different energy level than you in your life without some type of chaotic feedback. It's like bouncing two magnets off of each other. It's just not going to work out, and it's going to end up being more of a karmic learning cycle than an actual happy experience. And we don't want to do that anymore. We want to transition forward into actually finding that real love, and love is a broad spectrum word. Like it could be acts of kindness, it could be physical touch, there's so many different variables for it. And that's why you need to expand how you view it yourself, from looking at people from only the outside and maybe figuring out who they are on the inside, and moving past that high school based honeymoon phase, how the relationship, like what the movies portray it as, like that's not real. That's not real. You have to find somebody that is a positive influence on you, and vice versa. Every day you raise each other up, but you also understand that every day is not going to be perfect, and there's going to be good days and there's going to be bad days. And like with the Page of Pentacles here, like it's there, that manifestation, and it's just, you have so many steps that you need to do before you can jump into that relationship, and it'll move faster once you start doing the work. Like you might be complaining that you're going to be alone forever and this, that, and the third, but you're not going to. See, we got the Lover's card. You just have to work on yourself. You're waiting for those seeds that you planted to grow. Well, in the process, like in the time that you're spending waiting, go do something positive. Put yourself out there. Let yourself be around new people, places, and things so that you can absorb a different kind of energy, so you can meet that person. Because the only person in this equation that is preventing themselves from finding that divine love is you. You got to do that inner work to get you to that level. And yeah, some relationships really are karmic lessons, but in those karmic lessons, we have to figure out what is for us and what is not for us, what we want for ourselves, what we look for in a relationship. And sometimes it's like mixing oil and water. Sometimes it's not going to work out the way you want it to. But you learn from there. You learn respect for yourself. You learn that you don't want those types of characteristics in that person anymore. You want somebody better, somebody that's not going to treat you like that. So yeah, these karmic cycles are not a good time, but you're learning from them. And that's the whole point of this journey into finding ourselves again, is to just that, find yourself and be able to step back and see that not everybody's for you. Maybe they're there for a reason. So we got to work on ourselves so that the reason people enter our lives are because they're divine gifts to help complete us, not divine karmic cycles. All right, guys, that's all I have for today. Tune in next week to listen again. If you would like to book a private reading with me, please find me on Facebook at Nikki the Psychic, and there you'll find the links to all my social media and my website as well. I appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in. Big shout outs to my sponsors, Rock Bottom Jewelry and Engraving. They are located in Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. You can visit their website at rockbottomje.com. Also, Autumn, the owner of Just Breathe Holistic Wellness, which is where I'm filming from, and her holistic center is located in Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania. Thank you all for tuning in and have a great night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, for this segment. I hope you've all had an amazing week. Today, I'm live from a SIP and social event that's in Sydney at the Hilton. So it's a conference on marketing using social media. So it's very informative, very different. And I love networking in a different space than what I usually am. So today we've got with the planets, we do have an eclipse coming up on Monday. So, well, it's the Monday for me. So it's the lunar eclipse. It's going to be in Pisces. So it's happening at 4:11 a.m. That is my time in Sydney on the 8th. So this lunar eclipse might be a little bit emotional, bit intense. It's in the sign of Pisces, which is a very emotional sign. So you may feel this one. It is also got an opposition happening to Mercury in Virgo. We will be having a solar eclipse in Virgo at the end of the month. So it's these themes are going to be coming up also with this lunar eclipse. It will be about communication, about thinking, and it could be a sense of overthinking or, wanting to be more empathetic to people, really getting in touch with your emotions, but also your spirituality and your spirituality needs and what is happening with the big transformation that's happening around you during this eclipse. I feel like you're wanting to get things right, think about Pacific, because so that Virgo energy was having perfection and wanting to get things just done the right particular way. We've also got linked with the North Node. So it will be linked with your life lesson or your destiny during this, like you got this lifetime. So you might be thinking a lot more about what you're meant to be doing here, what you're here for, what you're calling in life. And these are things that will be coming up and resurfacing during this eclipse. We also have it try to Jupiter, which is all about luck. So there is a sense of feeling lucky, feeling confident, feeling good emotionally as well, coming up during this eclipse that's happening. If you want a chance to see it, by all means, go out and see it. I feel like these eclipses look spectacular if you can get out there and you can get ready to go and see it. We've also got happening this week. We do have, and there is during this eclipse, a square between Mars and Jupiter. This might make you feel not as confident, so like emotionally feeling good, but there could be a sense here of if you get your anger might be coming up. We do have Mars, which is in Libra. So about fighting for justice. So if justice hasn't been served, you could be feeling a little bit, agitated. I'm not feeling like just getting to you. So it's really about calming those nerves or calming that down if that is coming up with you with that square to Jupiter to Mars. We also got, and that's going to be its full square happening on the 5th, the day after the eclipse. On the 6th, we've got Uranus starting its retrograde. So that's going to be more more in your more thinking. It's going to be in Gemini, so it's that's that networking, that being social butterfly, but it's more within. So you're more thinking about your future, you're more thinking about how you connect to people. So it's a lot more going within than external. So I do feel like this eclipse will be about transformation or transformation within yourself. I do feel like it's about enhancing your psychic abilities, your spiritual abilities. I do feel like it's about expanding your knowledge in terms of spirituality as well. Could be a sense of being have a lot of more empathy for people, being over empathetic. That could be coming up to. I really feel like it's just this inward, a lot in your head, inward thinking. I feel like it's also about expanding the truth. There might be truths that are coming out, but people want to expand on that. And I really feel like you might be falling in the victim, I mean, because it's Pisces. So it could be a thing of actually you be falling in the victim, like you making excuses could also be coming up. So you want you to get out of that energy and rise more in the positive energy of Pisces and more connect to spirituality and embrace the trends to change this is going to bring. And if you get emotional, embrace that. It's hard for me to say because I don't like being emotional, but embrace it for this one. All right, let's go to the caller. We've got Christina, who's in Winnipeg, in Canada. So, hi, Christina.
Yeah.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Pardon me?
How can I help you today? So, what do you want to know?
Thank I'm looking if there's any upcoming changes coming soon, good, or anything that I should be prepared for.
Like work? You mean like doing work?
For anything, it's been any changes. It's been a rough few years, so I'm just wondering if there's going to be anything to look forward to or more of the same.
Okay. I feel like I'm drawn to your work because when you're talking about, I heard work. So I'm going to go to your career or your work. I see a stop sign, but I feel like you are going to be quite flexible. Like you need to be flexible. What's coming up over the next, I feel like 6 weeks or 6 months. It's like you are going to land on your feet, but I do feel like where you are, they might be it's like cuts being made, or there's like cuts or shortages. But I feel like you're a very well-rounded person, but it's like another door like that closes, that saying, and that one opens up. But I see you also being on solid ground, so I know you're going to be okay. I feel like it's time now just to be prepared, just to get ready for what's coming up. So I feel like a lot of people are going to be sort of shocked with what's coming with the work. I feel like there's a sense here of the like a restructure of the business too. But I feel like that I just see you being quite flexible and working around it and getting to like, you're feeling more empowered in yourself as well, is what I feel like with this. I feel like I want to say that getting the resume ready, like get the resume ready, get it out, starting to get out there. I know we're in September now, but I don't feel like that there's going to be like rumblings or like we're talking about things by get to this month or even by the end of the month. There's like whispers or talking about it. Where is it that you're working?
Currently, I'm not. I'm looking for something very specific, and it hasn't really been panning out. So I'm frustrated, and I keep getting told things are going to change.
Is it a shortage? Like, is it I keep saying like cuts being made or shortages? So is it like what you're doing? Is there a shortage of people, or is there like cuts being made in the industry? What are you looking for?
I'm trying to break into more of a technical position, more data analytics. So I don't know if there's a shortage or not.
Like AI?
Because
like
I'm breaking into that. Oh no, I not AI, more like reporting, using the creative side to go through data and see where changes occur and that type of thing.
But AI could do this role. I feel like for you, it's about flexibility here. I see you being flexible. So I feel like in what you're wanting to do, you need to market yourself as something different. So I feel like you will land on your feet. I see you landing on your feet here. I haven't seen the cuts, but as you're talking about AI, so I feel like what currently what you can do, AI can also do. So I feel like you need to market yourself different that AI can't do. I do feel like you are going to get a contract and you are going to land a job. And I feel like it could be maybe by the end of this year. But I feel like you're more of a consultant as well, like you're more consulting things on this too. So I feel like
I never didn't think of that.
I feel like I see you like talking consulting, but you need to rebrand yourself. So I feel like, because I feel like in your industry there's going to be cuts, and I feel like it's the AI that's going to be cut. Why it's going to be cut? I feel like when you even get to, and I feel like for you though, I see you transforming yourself. You're getting through this, but you need to think outside the box. I just think you need to be flexible. There's flexibility here for you. But you will land a job. You will land a contract.
It's funny because I started taking classes to get into more of the analytics. So for AI to kind of take that over, it's, I guess, even more frustrating. I've been kind of in limbo for a while, and I guess I'm not really sure where I should be going.
I feel like for you, you need to use your background knowledge to then remarket yourself and to move forward. I feel like you are more than just I can't say the word, what you're doing. You're more than just that. So I feel like for you, it's about what your background knowledge is, whether like you need to do that and infuse that in where you want to go.
Okay.
I feel like that
okay,
you're very brave.
No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
I feel like you're very brave and I feel like you've got the confidence to do this. I feel like it's all about telling your story to other people as well. So I feel like it's about marketing yourself and projecting yourself out there. I feel like you're very knowledgeable at a certain thing. It's not what you're studying. It's something else that you're really good at. Even if I feel like you're a good storyteller as well, and you're good at informing people into what's going on, but you're dodging bullets here. So you're going to, I guess like by the end of the year, there's something for you. There's opportunity for you. It's only about 6 weeks or 6 months. There's 6 with yes.
Any clue as to where I should be looking? I'm just searching everywhere, and I'm not coming up with nothing.
So I don't know. My geography skills aren't that great. I'm pretty bad at my geography, but I'm seeing cities. So I feel like for you, about landing somewhere in the city. I see like a city area, like I see tall buildings. But you need to market yourself. So I'm getting like market yourself. But I know you're going to do well. It's just thinking outside the box, thinking different.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher because that's all I've been doing. I don't know where to go with that.
Look, it's all about you, even starting a social media page and connecting with people about topics that people are interested in. I just feel like what you're doing is sort of like what I'm learning about today. A little bit about social media and where to move forward. But I feel like with you can market yourself. It's all about how you're going to market yourself. Okay, but I see you on solid ground, so I know you're going to be able to get through this. I know you're going to be okay, but I just see you being very flexible and wide, and don't be so narrow-minded. But I'm not that you're not, but just think outside the box.
Okay. I will give that a shot.
So thank you for calling in today. So guys, if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. My website is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D as Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic. The same as my YouTube channel, Lady D Psychic. And I will see you for my show next week, where I will be going to Young. So it'll be in Young, or maybe even on the road. We'll see how we go. But thank you, and I'll see you next week. So bye.
I do want to mention something that happened recently. You know, I always like to share a story. So I was doing a mediumship gallery reading. So mediumship, obviously connecting to our loved ones. Gallery reading would be with about 10 people in one room. And whatever messages come through, I guess we just find out who belongs to who, that kind of thing. So it requires a tremendous amount of trust, right? So with going forward and doing that, I give what I get as a medium. That's it. Just I'm a translator, share that information, and that's it. So one of the first messages that I got was actually from a dog who had crossed over. Anyone goes, our pets, our everyone. So I'd gotten this message with a full description. Here he is, here's his mannerisms, this is what he looks like, and this is what he's joking around. These are his memories, and this is how you would know him. And okay, everyone looked at me. The greatest group of people, so kind, so cool. And they looked at me. And of course, that's one of the biggest dreaded moments for mediums, just like, hey, did I translate this right? Am I seeing this right? So I took a step back. I looked again and I said, oh, sure enough. And I kept feeling that give this information, despite feeling like I don't know. I'm not going to say 100 different feelings, right? So I brought all the information forward and no one could take it. So I said, okay, on that note, next, next loved one in line. Let's share that story. And we ended up having a great reading, a great time together, about an hour together. And everything was flowing and it was beautiful, but there was this lack of connection to this dog, this beautiful, awesome dog. And so it stuck with me. Some of the times when I do your readings, most of the time, it comes through me, it's a little bit channeled, and then it leaves, and I go about my day. So this stuck with me, and I was wondering that, okay, so a week from now, who's going to claim this? Someone has to claim this. This was crystal clear. And next day, I had gone out to a local store, and I wasn't even going to go. And it was, oh, no, stop here, just to stop in. And I stop in, I walk into the store, and I said, okay, I need this and this. And the owner comes up to me, and he says, hey, I've been trying to reach your son. I have something, a collection piece here for him. And I said, well, he's, here, blah, blah, blah. I'll let him know. And he said, oh, you got to see it. And he brings it up to me, and I turn around, and there it is. To the T, the dog, like the actual ceramic piece of this dog that I brought through the night before. And okay, so what's the whole point in this story? why am I bringing through a message from a ceramic dog, right? Well, you know what I heard at that point? I heard, thank you for being vulnerable, looking like a goof, and trusting and giving exactly what you got. And I said, well then. I guess that's the way spirit works. So okay, thank you for listening. I hope you're laughing. And I don't know, you guys are amazing. So let's see, who do we have on the phone with us now?
Janine.
Hi, Janine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am great, thanks. It's great to be here with you.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you calling from, Janine? I couldn't see on my screen.
Ossining, New York.
Oh, okay. I'm New York as well. You're not far. So on this rainy day, how can I help you? Do you have a question? Do you have anything that you'd like me to look up for you?
Well, I was just hoping for a general reading. I didn't have like a specific question other than, I guess, my love life.
Okay. All right, well, let's start there. Let's see.
Oh.
Give me 1 second, Janine. I'm just connecting with you. and I'll look into this and we'll see.
Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Janine, can I ask you, do you have a romantic partner who has passed away? Have you had one?
Well, yeah, but that was like years ago, a few years
Okay.
ago. But I hadn't been with him since I was, in high school, like around that time, or a little after high school. When I was a teenager.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that up first before we talk about your current, present time here. So give me 1 second just to connect there.
All right.
Okay. All right. Now, I do feel like I'm sensing the word Rob or Robert. Would that make sense to you?
No.
Robert? Janine?
No, I don't know any Rob or Robert,
Okay.
that passed
All
away
right.
or even that.
Thank you. So going back over to, we're going to move that aside, and the reason that this event, Spirit is bringing this to our attention to address this, and I hope you don't mind. I know you looked for something a lot happier, and we'll get to that, but I do have a feeling that this has been sitting with you. Has there been a recent anniversary, be it a birthday or a significant date, something that reminded you of him? Has that just recently happened?
Yes, actually, not a date, but I was watching a music video from the 80s, but the person who was singing looked just like him that passed away, and my girlfriend was here, and I said, it looks just like him. And that was like 2 weeks ago.
So just for how, could you just tell me that song? I'm curious.
Oh, my God. It was Billy Squire, In the Dark.
In the Dark. Okay. So going back to that song, I know I'm flipping back and forth here, but this is what we're doing. So during this time right now in your life, is there a cause for concern medically? Is it you? Do you have a medical issue? Do you have something stressful like that happening? Something that you'd be concerned about?
Yeah, not life-threatening, but I have some issues.
Okay, and I am getting the feeling that
My mom, though, I live with my mom. Huh?
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this has been sort of putting a damper on your romantic life and just on yourself in general. And so what I'm hearing from him is that this was a way of coming through to help jolt you out and snap you out of it. And it worked. So you were surprised, right? You were surprised when that song came on and you said, "Oh, look at him."
Yeah,
right?
I never really noticed that he looked just like him before until that day, and I watched that video a lot.
Yeah. So have you gone back to view that video again to say, really, is this me, or is this like, have you gone back to?
Oh
to
yeah,
look at that
yeah,
thing?
yeah. He really looks like him. Yeah, he does.
Okay. So I'd like to just give you a recommendation to acknowledge the fact that he's here, he's with you, he's here to cheer you up. Definitely not to make you sad or anything, but here to cheer you up and to remind you of that youthful time where our inner child is free, we are free, we are not we're not just so like stuck
Yeah.
with bills and adult life and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, that's how it feels right now. Yeah.
yeah.
Or it
So
should
one
feel.
of the easiest reminders would be from someone who you would recognize, someone who would make you laugh. And yeah, so anytime you feel stuck in a rut, play that song and laugh, and just think
Yeah.
of like how cool that was that he came and he's like, come on, remember how awesome you were when we were younger? Like we had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
just by thinking about that, that will cheer you up, and then you will become more magnetic because you'll be in your true self. You won't be burdened by your health
Right. Yeah.
concerns and other concerns. And in that magnetic energy, that's what's going to help you attract the right person into your life. So I
Okay.
do see that you know a few people. 1, 2, 3. So you have a few, just from where I'm looking at what he's showing. I feel like you have a few like acquaintances, people, those kinds of things. But the way that I'm feeling is that there isn't a true love, deep, serious, let's go out of the house, let's go do something relationship. Is that correct?
Right. I don't have
Okay.
anyone else.
Yeah. So taking this step right here to cheer you up and just be lighter, be more lighthearted. This is what you need to do. This is the best advice of what you need to do to get your true person that's going to come, who's going to adore you completely for exactly who you are. You don't have to worry about if you're thinking about clothing. Are you thinking about clothing?
Not right now, but yeah, my style, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So thinking about that, upgrading your style, upgrading your everything, all those concerns are a bit irrelevant to this new person that is very close by coming into your life. So once you take step 1 and get yourself out there with a smile, really just start with a smile. I know that sounds super cheesy. Start with a smile, put your best
Yeah.
foot forward. And I know that also sounds cheesy, but yes, we're in a materialistic world, but seriously for you, get your smile, listen to that song, and remember, tap into the young woman that you were, the young
Yeah.
inner child. And that joy is going to say, hey, I'm available. What you've been doing is you're saying, I'm available, but, and subconsciously we do this, right? I'm
Yeah.
available. I'd like to meet love, but I need to update my wardrobe. I have a health thing going on. It's annoying. I feel a little defeated. And then if love were to come knocking at your door, you would be like, and you'd close the door. You'd be like, wait a minute, I'm not ready. So
Yeah.
one hand of things, you're like, hey, where's love?
Hello everyone, how you doing? It's Friday today in Tasmania, Australia. Beautiful sunny day. Spring is here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And Dave just mentioned that the lighting looks a bit brighter. Well, that's because the sun's shining. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's been a huge week for me. I've released my debut book, Bad Boys Fire in the Stars. Check it out on Amazon, guys. Not a bad read, if I do say so myself. On that note, I'm going to do a collective message for everyone watching and listening. If you happen to stumble across this later, this message might just be meant for you. Hopefully it resonates. I had the sun on the bottom of the deck, actually, but I just kept shuffling, so I couldn't hold it up. But look, what a beautiful card to resonate with the weather at the moment. Absolutely gorgeous. It's beautiful here in springtime in Tassie. It's really, because we have such cold winters, and when the sun comes out, you get that real fresh burst of, the air. There's just something in the air. Now, listen, I've just dropped half my deck as I was saying that because I was a bit clumsy and I've gone everywhere, so I'm going to pick them up, so I apologise. Waffling on about spring and I drop half my deck. Good one. So anyway, I'll pop it back in. So the sun was there anyway. I mean, the sun's a beautiful card. It's a burst of renewal and warmth and a really good, energy to have when there's new love or passion or creativity or starting a new project or something like that in your life. It's also a card about healing, and it can be associated with children too, like that kind of inner child enthusiasm for life. And but really, whenever the sun comes out, I see it as a moment of self-actualization, and that's really applicable to me this week. But ticking off one of those milestones that I've always wanted to do was to publish my own book, and I've done it. And life's too short not to do these things, so I hope it inspires everybody else. Having said that, here's the Four of Pentacles. This is the collective message. The Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles, it's actually quite a clever card because it means being frugal in a good way with money, and plans. So it means holding on to your pennies tight. There could be lots of offers there tempting you, or things that you, blinking their little lights, so to speak, to say, well, buy me, buy me, buy me. But it's like, no, I'm going to be reserved. I'm going to plan carefully financially, looking at the bigger picture of stuff. And that's very much what this card's about. I mean, if it comes out in a relationship reading, it could mean withholding stuff, having your walls up a bit and being reluctant to open up. But in a financial business related reading, that's what this generally means. And when you look at the image in the background, she's holding onto her purse tight. She's got money in there, and there's this background of this city just full of riches and, tempting things that she might want to go and buy and check out and indulge in, but she's planning wisely and choosing not to. So that's the Four of Pentacles. I'll pull the next card because I haven't got a caller that I can see just yet. The Knight of Swords. This probably couldn't mean any more opposite energy, to be honest. The Knight of Swords means racing into something, really being determined and pursuing something that you want. So in this card, it depicts the knight running towards this motorcycle and being determined to do so as well, because the knight's often gone through quite a painful journey on his own, and he's just grown so strong from his painful lessons that nothing's going to stand in his way now. So I guess in a way, combined with, hi Kelly, how you going? I can see your name there. I will be right with you in a second. So I guess in a way, with the collective message, with the Four of Pentacles, planning your resources wisely and not spending on something for the bigger picture, which you're going to pursue with that energy of the Knight of Swords, and with sheer determination, not letting anyone hold you back. Now, how you doing, Kelly? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how dark do you want to go tonight? Because I'm in a really bad place.
Are you? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Kelly. Look, as you were telling me that, the Justice card just flew out, and I always pick out flyers. And, whatever you're going through at the moment, you just said you're in a very dark place, and I'm sorry to hear that. Trust that things are going to be okay, all right? Here's the Justice card, and the Justice card really does recognise that when things have been challenging and difficult, it's that karmic law, okay? It applies to all of us, is that whatever you're going through at the moment, Kelly, as difficult and tragic and hard as what it might be, there's always something positive that's going to come out of this, okay? Whether that's making you stronger or whether or not that's really solidifying your values in what you want, and or all that sort of stuff. And Justice is here to say justice will be done. Okay. Now, the two cards that also came out next to this, and I'll read these because I felt quite strongly that these cards are meant for you, as that one literally flew out as you told me that. You've got the Queen of Pentacles and you've got the Star, Kelly. So the Queen of Pentacles is normally a really, really positive card when it comes to money, finances. She's a very motherly, warm energy, who's very nurturing and giving to everybody else. being next to the star, I'm picking up there's possibly some health problems going on for you, okay? And the reason I say that is because the star is a beautiful, healing, emotional energy that can often come out just to remind you not to give up hope, okay? So if you can sort of see here in the picture, I'm not sure, that there's this woman kneeling there, and she's gazing up at the stars, and it's a real vibe of hope and not to give up. And next to the Queen of Pentacles, that's what I'm picking up on. So you don't have to confirm or deny that, but this is the main energy that's popped out around you. Now, if you have a question, jump in right now, and otherwise I'll just keep going with your general energy. What do you think?
Just keep going.
Keep going? Okay. All right. So I'm going to give it another shuffle, Kelly. And like I said, as difficult as what this is, the two big cards, which is the Star and Justice coming out, there is healing here. There is, things will go your way. Do not give up hope. Okay. I think too, with the energy of the Queen of Pentacles there, given that she would signify that you are somebody who's given a lot of support to other people in the past, please don't be afraid to reach out and ask for support from those around you, because often that can be the case with those that are the most supportive people to others are the ones that are the most reluctant to accept it back. But these cards would be advising you to suck it up and just do that and turn to those people who are closest to you, Kelly, because they're there for you. Now, I've got the Eight of Cups and I've got the Fool and I've got the Three of Swords here as well. So this would signify heartbreak and leaving something behind of huge emotional significance. Okay, the Three of Swords, it can either mean a relationship or a friendship or something literally that's broken your heart. Okay, and walking away from that with the Eight of Cups energy there, it's a little bit like, it's so hard, but deep down it's what you need to do to detach yourself from this situation, because, the Three of Swords is never nice to see. It literally does mean heartbreak, sadness, bad news, especially in relationships and friendships and stuff. But it can link to anything really. But I mean, look, the image says enough within itself. So that's picking up on your heartbreak, your disappointment, the struggles that would be going on for you emotionally. Also, with the Eight of Cups energy, you might be questioning yourself, am I doing the right thing? Whatever decision you've made around this, it can be a little bit like second guessing yourself. Whatever you've decided to walk away or to emotionally detach from this situation, you have made the right choice, okay? Trust me, because there's bigger and better things coming. Here's the Fool. The Fool is all about brand new beginnings, falling into something new with an open heart. Okay, so whilst one door has closed here for you, Kelly, a brand new one's about to open. And, here's the Nine of Swords here, which is really recognizing the struggles that you're going through, the anxiety, the tears, the worries, all that sort of stuff. It's really not a nice card, this one, but I don't know if you can see the screen or not. A good thing about this card is it encourages you to keep letting out your emotions, because if you bottle them up, that's when it can get really hard. So just let it out. It's it's catharsis, Now I've got the Two of Cups here, okay? So do you mind if I clarify, Kelly, is some of your pain to do with a breakup or an argument in a relationship or a friendship?
It would be with the loss of my son and the loss of my daughter-in-law.
Is this all recent?
It's 8 years this year, but it was just August, and
that's just devastating. So you're still
I
very
have,
sick.
I have their daughter that I raised. So, that's a reminder every day. And lately she's been asking a lot of questions that I don't have answers to.
Okay.
And I don't.
So I guess you're just wondering how to give her support, but as well as, I guess, be able to cope with what you're going through too, because that sounds huge. And I mean, it's difficult because when especially children are asking about these sorts of things that you might not feel you have the answer for, please be honest with her from your heart, okay, Kelly? Because that's the only thing you can do. And even though you're struggling as well and you're in a lot of pain, you can name that up with her, because that's going to help her to be able to navigate her way through her grief too, and to name up her emotions. It really sounds like a difficult time for you, but look, with the two twos coming out here, that really shows quite beautiful energy with partnerships and relationships. So I'm feeling as though you and your stepdaughter, did you say? I think you did. Sorry, I've got to go in a second. I've just been given the prompt. Are going to kind of heal and nurture each other through all of this, so you can share your emotions with her. And when she's asking you those questions, please just answer honestly, And if you don't know how to answer, just say, I don't know how to answer that right now, but you can come back to her afterwards with something that you might feel more comfortable sharing with her. But please reach out for those around you, Kelly, for support if you need to. Trust that it's going to be okay. On a universal level, this is all going to make sense one day on a soul level, and I can promise you your loved ones are still very much with you. I'd love to keep going with you, but I have to go, unfortunately. I've just been given the prompt that my show's about to end. So I hope that's been helpful for you, Kelly, and please be kind to yourself and take it one day at a time, because grief is a very long, slow journey and it's different for everyone.
For comfort, clarity, or a connection to the other side? Lady Phyllis is a gifted medium, author, and talk show host on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She's here to help you find peace and purpose through personal readings, spiritual development classes, and her exclusive Patreon, where new guests share their wisdom weekly. Visit ladyphyllis.com to book your session. Follow Lady Phyllis on Facebook and explore what the spirit world has waiting for you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to my show, Good Vibrations. My name is Phyllis, and I'm a medium. You know, I had a reading this week, and it was an interesting reading. The woman went to a world-famous medium, and she had been going to this world-famous medium many, many, many times, and basing her decision, her life decisions, on what the medium was telling her. And in this instance, the medium was indicating that that a fella that she was in love with was her soulmate, and they were connected. They were twin flames. Went on and on and on about how she was connected to this person, and she was considering waiting for a relationship to solidify with this person. She wanted to leave her current relationship to go with this person. And then for whatever reason, they broke up. But she went many times to this medium, and the medium kept insisting that this person was going to come back. And she contacted me and said to me, I didn't know about her previous reading, and she indicated, what I saw, and I told her that I felt that she was going through a tumultuous time, but she had to dig deep and find what she needed to do within her, to follow her gut. And I think her gut was telling her that this person wasn't going to be there for her. And she got very teary, and she said, I put off many things in my life because this medium told me that this person was going to be there for me. And I said to her something that a lot of mediums or psychics are not going to tell their clients. We read energy. We read the energy at the time of the reading. We can't see into the future. We can mention what we see, hear, and feel, but people forget that there's one major thing that can interfere with a future, and that future is free will. And everybody on this planet has free will. You control your destiny. I remember when my husband passed, and many mediums told my children that there was another child waiting to come through if they desired. And they were content with their families. But some of those mediums kept insisting that child was going to be here. Well, 8 years later, the child's not here. So you have to understand, a medium reads the energy at the time of the reading. And you should never base any decisions on what a medium tells you to do. You should base your decisions on what your gut tells you. You can use it as a guidepost. You could use it as a way to consider different options, but the decision should always come from yourself. We have Terry I from Spring, Texas, USA. I'm ready for you, Terry. Why don't you bring her in?
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So I was talking about reading energy, and I read energy. I hear her.
Uh-oh. Okay. I can't hear you anymore.
Oh.
Cutting in and out.
Dave, can we hear Terry?
I can hear you now.
Okay, we sound good. So Terry, I read energy. If it's behind me, it's parents and grandparents. If it's to the side of me, because I can't see you, it would be a contemporary. That would be a sibling, a spouse, a friend, and God forbid they're in front of you, it's a child. That being said, I am reading an energy behind you, and I want to ask if your mom has passed.
Yes. Yeah, in 2011. Yeah.
Okay, so mom is here, and were you
Oh,
close?
wow.
Were you close with your mom?
I mean, not especially real close, but I mean, I loved her and everything, but
Sure, I understand that because what she's saying is that was she not demonstrative? Was she a person who was not
no.
very right? And I think what she says, if she could redo in life, what she had to do was to tell you how much you meant to her and how proud she was of you. Do you understand that? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's making me cry.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
these things do turn emotional. She's indicating that she wasn't the mom that baked chocolate chip cookies, if you know what I mean.
No, no, she hated to cook. She liked to sew. She made all of our clothes.
Yeah. Well,
She
that
burned
was
canned peas twice that I know of.
well, that was her way of showing love. When she made clothing, every stitch of that clothing was stitched with love. But I do get a feeling that she came from a traumatic background and had difficulty in
Yes, she did.
yeah. And I do
Yeah.
believe that there was some sort of abuse going back, some kind of generational trauma going back. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes,
Was
it
there,
does.
yeah, was there some kind of problem with alcohol?
Oh,
Like maybe your
there is.
grandfather? Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know about that.
Okay, what I am
There's a
feeling
current problem with alcohol, but with
okay,
a
so
sibling, but other than that,
that makes sense because she's showing me alcohol. I assumed, again, I'm reading the energy. We're with your mom. I figured because she said she came from a traumatic background, but you have a sibling that is having a problem with alcohol right now.
yes.
And where's the J name?
Yep.
Living or dead?
The what? The Janie?
J name, Jamie, John, it could be George, that just sound.
Oh, that was probably one of. See, I never met her brothers. One of her brothers, James Earl, I think his name was. Her brother. He died. She had two brothers that died very tragically young, and her father died tragically young. I never met my grandfather.
Okay, what I am getting is some kind of accident involving a vehicle. I don't know if it was a car accident, a tractor accident, but I am getting a vehicle accident. I'm also getting, did somebody get electrocuted?
Oh gosh, I don't know about that. One was shot. He accidentally shot himself, and one I think had a kidney problem. I don't know about the car accident. There was a helicopter crash. Her sister died in a helicopter crash.
Okay, so yeah, I said a vehicle accident at first, and I went to car, but yeah, so it would be a vehicle accident, definitely a helicopter crash. Did they hit electrical?
Yeah, very tragic.
When they came
down? Maybe.
Yeah, because what they're showing me is sparks. So I guess to direct me to a helicopter accident. So there's been a lot of tragedy around the family.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes, there has been, and it was her mother that was the abuser too. And I don't know how far that went back generationally, but
okay, yeah, but she definitely. What I'm getting is somebody who was wound so tight that she was afraid she'd break if she exposed her feelings. Do you understand that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I've tried to make sense of all of that because she did the best she could given what she had. And my dad and she had a great relationship, and he gave her a great life. But to overcome all that and be open, and it would be very difficult, I would think.
Do you have a quilt that she made, or some kind of a something that you have out on display that has like pretty lace on it that she made? Something that was a decorative piece?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I have her quilt, several of her quilts, and her needlework. I have several pieces of her needlework that I framed. She did impeccable, beautiful needlework. They were Scandinavian, they were Danish. So, I mean, they just.
Yeah, she's showing me that.
Anything you could make with her hands, she could do it.
Yeah. Well, she's showing that those are her labors of love. And that if you look at that, she wants you to the love that she put into it is the love she held for you and your siblings, only she was not able to show it.
that makes a lot of sense.
Good, I'm glad.
Hey, can you? I do have a question for her.
Mhm.
Soon after she passed, I was awakened a couple of times with some sounds in my ear that I couldn't really interpret, but I knew it was music. And she played the organ and the piano, and I just want to know if that was her showing me she was playing beautiful music in heaven and was happy.
Absolutely, and music will be her her, when you hear a song that reminds you of her, that's a sign that she's around you. I have a book, 366 affirmations and inspirations to live by. I would ask you to pick a page number 1 to 366. Let's see if there's a message from Mom here.
1 to 366. 255.
255.
Yeah, my dad was a drummer, and they played together in a big band with the horns and the whole bit, and then they played together with each other for an event.
Well, it sounds like,
Yeah.
she made up for the home that she came from. But what she tells you is always to choose happiness over being right. Okay.
Oh boy. Well, that hits hard. Yeah.
Yeah. So you
Okay.
get her message. Do you understand what she's talking about?
Yeah, I like to be right.
Yeah. So she's telling
and that makes
you.
me happy. So.
Well, she says choose happiness over.
I'm just teasing it.
Yeah, like if you're having a problem with one of your siblings and you know that you're right, but you'd rather have the relationship with the sibling or your child or an in-law, choose happiness. Choose keeping the peace.
Yeah. Okay.
And because I do feel that she came from a very strict background, and I think that's how she was. And did you lose a dog recently or in the last few years?
No, my adult life has been all cats, so it might be. But back when I was little, a little beagle mix named Tippy was our dog.
Okay, well,
But other than that, I've got a string of cats.
She's indicating that she has your dog with her, so I would think it's the dog. So she wants you to know that she does have that dog with her, and
oh wow,
the dog brings her a lot of comfort. She's showing me that she's chair, and your dad is also on the other side.
Yes.
Is there someone who was in the Army or Navy, somebody who wore a uniform?
Her dad, maybe. Her dad.
Her dad.
Four.
They're all showing that the family is together, and and she wants you to know that they're all together, and she's found the peace that she so needed. I have another call coming in. I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope this brought you some peace.
It did. It was wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Next week. Yeah. Next we have Shelby in Baltimore, Maryland.
Yes.
Hi, Shelby. Have you ever had a reading before?
I have.
Okay. Are you in a car right now?
No, I am in my hotel room for. I'm just away at work, so I'm in a hotel room.
Okay. All right. I don't know. They told me. They said that you were traveling. That's what I saw. So that's why I asked if you were in a car.
Yeah.
But you were traveling.
Oh,
so
yeah.
there you have it. So Shelby, I'm going to start right away with you with the book. So 366 affirmations and inspirations to live by. Can you pick a page number 1 to 366?
164.
164?
Yes.
164. Okay. I forget what does not serve my best interests. I forgot or forget. I forget what does not serve my best interests. So I want to ask you if I feel spirit, if they're behind you, it's parents or grandparents, could be a godmother or mother-in-law, but I am feeling somebody in the mother section. It's sort of closer to me. And I want to ask if your mom is on the other side.
She is not.
Okay, so then I'm going to go, do you have a mother-in-law or did you have a mother-in-law that's on the other side?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to a godmother, any kind of person, an aunt, somebody that you cared about who was in your mother's generation. It could go as far back as grandma, but I feel like it's closer to me. So yeah, go ahead.
No, my grandmother, but on my dad's side, passed away. My grandmother on my mom's side she is still living.
She's still living. So thank God you've got all these
Yeah.
people around you. So go to the grandmother on your father's side. It does feel like it's younger. Do you sure you don't have an aunt or friends of the family in your mother's generation?
Oh my goodness. Yes, 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 yes. My great aunt just died a few months ago. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And were you close with that aunt?
Not really. She lived in a different province, so I didn't really see her much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I am also picking up an MA name like Margaret, Mary, Marilyn. Is there anyone with the MA living or dead?
MA.
MA. Like Margaret or Marion, one of those kind of old-fashioned MA names.
Not that I can think of. My aunt's name was Arlene, but
Okay. I usually get the A's, but I'm getting an MA.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave that, and maybe you'll think of who it is later. But I also want to go to next to you, and I want to ask if you've lost a male contemporary.
If I what?
If you lost a male contemporary, like a spouse, a friend, a male, a friend of the family, or a sibling.
Yeah, I did actually. The father of my son passed away just within this last month.
Okay, so I've got a male contemporary. Somehow I felt like I couldn't say your husband. I don't know if you're married or not, but it did feel like a sort of a spouse, right? So this is the father of your son.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there a name Chris or Christopher associated with him? Christopher?
Yes. My son's middle name is Christopher. Yeah.
Okay, because he's identifying himself with that. Okay. So did you have a tumultuous relationship with him?
Yes.
Okay, so this message is actually coming from him, and he's asking you, forget what doesn't serve your best interest. It's all water under the bridge at this point. Do you understand? And he's acknowledging that it was his fault and his errors. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
He asks for your forgiveness. Was he a man child? Was he somebody who had never grown up?
Kind of.
Because that's what I'm getting from him. Not malicious, just somebody who just could not accept responsibility. And I am feeling like he promised a lot and never delivered.
Right. Yeah.
How old is your son?
He is 8.
Yeah. And is he having a hard time dealing with his father's passing?
He doesn't know. So we ended up losing the son when he was little, because of things that were going on, like arguments and stuff. And I think that's what he's talking about, saying it was his fault. So he doesn't know that his father died. Yeah.
Right. Right. But your son is here. Your son is alive and he's well, correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but he lost custody. Was there a drug or alcohol issue going on?
Not while our son was with us. There was after we lost him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's taking responsibility and he's asking you to forgive him. That he says there was a method to the world's madness on why things were the way they were. Did you go through a rocky period yourself?
I did. Yeah.
You kind of found the light and you ended up finding a road that's better traveled?
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense for me.
Yeah. He wants to indicate that, he'll always have your best interests at heart, and he'll do whatever he can from the other side to compensate for what he did here. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Did you light a candle for him? Or did you light a candle recently?
I have lit candles in the past month.
Yeah, well, he's indicating when you lit the candle, was he newly passed?
He could have been. I don't think his family didn't tell me right away. I think it had been a couple of weeks, so it could have been at that time.
Well, he indicates that, he was around you. He really he stresses that he really did care for you. He loved you. He just didn't he didn't show it the right way. Do you understand?
I understand, yeah.
And he's really sorry for whatever his contribution was to all the things you went through.
Yes, I know. And I was sorry to him, and I wish that I could have told him before.
Well, he knows it now. So, if you've lit a candle, sometimes when we speak to them, they're very close to us when we light candles. So light a candle again. Make sure it's in a safe container. I always make sure that I light them in safe containers, and speak to him.
Yeah.
Because I think, he would like you to forget the parts of your life that didn't serve you well. Do you understand?
I do.
And he wants you to put it, and are you in a relationship now?
I am. Yeah.
He would like to tell you that he's really happy. And do you have your son back?
No, I don't.
Do you get to see your son?
No.
Are you trying to see your son?
There's no option. Like when custody was taken, it was permanent. So there's no option.
Okay. I guess what he's saying is, it's new beginnings, that your son is safe. He's letting you know that he's safe and happy.
Yeah.
And and he wants you to put the past behind you.
Yeah.
And move forward. Is there also a George in living or dead? George or John, living or dead?
I mean, it could be far back, but not that I can think of.
Okay, and did you get a tattoo recently?
Have
a tattoo commemorate?
The last tattoo I got would have been a couple years ago, but I was going to go this past weekend and get a tattoo, actually.
Okay. All right. And is it specific to his memory or your son or something? Because he's indicating that he's on board with the tattoo.
Yes, it was going to be regarding, my son.
And were you thinking of or do you have something with a ladybug or an insect? A tattoo with some sort
Yes, I have a butterfly. Yeah.
A butterfly. Okay. Yeah, because he showed me whimsical, so ladybug for me is whimsical. But he loves your tattoos, and coulda, woulda, shoulda, in another lifetime, things might have been different.
Yeah.
He was found, correct? Like I don't feel like he was in a hospital. I feel like he was found and he had passed.
Well, kind of. He was hit by a car, and the car didn't stop or anything, is what his family told me. So it would make sense, kind of, yeah.
Stating that he was gone, but he was found. Like, in other words, he wasn't with anybody, and
right.
He showed me in a bed, but obviously it was, not. But he did say it was sudden. And I asked him if it was his heart, and he didn't answer. He just showed me that he was found, and he was gone already. So he'd like you to know he did not suffer. he was well out of his body. Well, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad he didn't suffer.
Yeah, he didn't. And I do also have a D name like Daryl, Derek, Daniel. Is there a Daryl? Yeah, go ahead.
My great uncle's name was Daryl.
And he's on the other side?
He is.
Was there somebody in the Navy?
Yes, my two great grandfathers both were they were.
Yeah, because I see, are you from Canada?
Yes.
Yeah. I honestly don't even know if there's a Canadian Navy. I'm ashamed to admit. I mean,
No, there is. There is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I've never really thought about it.
No.
But they showed, and I don't know what they wear. Like a lot of times when I do Canadian people, I'll get the Mountie uniform, but they show me white, like sailor suits. So they want you to know that they're around you, and they also indicate that you have the determination. You come from sturdy stock, and they don't want you to forget that you have the blood and bones of your ancestors who were survivors, and they want you to remember that. Okay? So when you feel overwhelmed, they want you to remember where you came from and who you come from. And every decision you've made is a testimony to your determination to improve your life. And they want you aware that they're watching.
Yeah, I definitely try to always remember.
Okay. Well, Shelby, good luck. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, folks, when you go for a mediumship reading, understand that a medium is reading energy, and that energy is at that moment, and it may not be the same energy a little bit later. You can reach me by my website, www.ladyphyllis.com. You can book a private with me. You can book a group session. Makes a great holiday gift. We've got holidays beginning to come up if you're planning. I just did a group reading. It was 3 sisters in 3 different parts of the country, and they all were on a Zoom, and I was able to read each of them. You can also catch me on TikTok. I do TikTok live in the evening, 6:00 New York time. And don't forget, I do have a class starting in November. If you're interested, look up my website, sign up for the class, understand that all this is an ability. And anybody can do this. You can learn to read the symbols and signs that are all around us. So you've been getting signs all along. So the next time you see a number combination that seems odd or out of place, or you see a colorful bird in a bunch of sparrows, or a strange bird. For me, it's owls. I had never seen an owl, and then all of a sudden I saw an owl on my property, and I knew right away that was my husband sending me a sign that he knew what was going on in my life. So watch for those signs, and always remember you're never alone. Your loved ones are nearby and listening. All you have to do is talk to them. So I'll see you next week. It was fun, and enjoy the last of the summer if you're on the northern part of the hemisphere, or the winter if you're on the southern part of the hemisphere. Bye-bye, everyone.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hola mundo, bienvenidos a otra edición del Buffet de Oráculos. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet. I'm your host, psychic astrologer Heather Carmona, and I want to know, how are you feeling after that lunar eclipse in Pisces? Because quite frankly, I ain't feeling great. Got some snot going on, haven't been sleeping well, not really feeling like myself, but I want to know, how are you feeling with it? Let us know in the comments here. And if you want to know what the eclipse meant for you and your astrology chart, please book a reading with yours truly at PsychicAstrologyWI.com. But you know what? A little bit of snot ain't going to stop me from doing the Oracle Buffet. So we're going to start with our sponsors. This week's sponsors, first one up, All Glazed Up. All Glazed Up is a do-it-yourself pottery studio, art studio located in La Crosse, Wisconsin. They got mosaics, they got pottery. I made this here a few weeks ago. This is a Day of the Dead dish. And I made this here too. This is a Fritty Kitty. They have glass fusion, it's called. Still getting this whole camera thing down, but anyway, yeah, if you're ever in La Crosse, Wisconsin area, stop by and see them, get an art project done, find them on the social medias, whatever you want to do. Next sponsor, High Class Grass. High Class Grass is a plant-based company dedicated to help making plant-based living more easy and convenient. And last but not least, drum roll, we have the Lighthouse Center of Whitmore Lake, Michigan. As you may know, the Lighthouse Center was founded by my grandmother, Chetna, a gifted psychic. She founded this Lighthouse Center about 40 years ago. She's been gone from the earthly plane about 20 years. The Lighthouse Center is still going strong. You can find them in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. You can visit their site at lighthousecenterinc.org. But this goes out to all three of our sponsors. Thank you for your support. So with that being said, we're going to see if we can get through a full Oracle Buffet reading this week. Since I got cut short last week and kind of messed things up at the end. But that being said, empecemos con Aries. Let's start with Aries. What does the universe want you to know, Aries? This goes out for me too, because I'm a super Aries. Okay. Seeking the spiritual. Every minute can be a holy, sacred minute. Where do you seek the spiritual? You seek the spiritual in every ordinary thing that you do every day. Sweeping the floor, watering the vegetables, and washing the dishes become holy and sacred if mindfulness is there. With mindfulness and concentration, everything becomes spiritual. So Aries, I know you like to move fast. Slow down, be mindful, be spiritual. That's what that's saying. Let's see what the universe wants Taurus to know today. The universe wants Taurus to know. The universe wants Taurus to know this. Others' opinions are less important than my personal guidance system. You did not intend to use the opinions of others to measure against your beliefs, desires, or actions in order to determine the appropriateness of them. Instead, you knew and still remembered long after you were born that it was a relationship between the opinion or knowledge of the source within you and your current thoughts in any moment that would offer you perfect guidance in the form of your emotional guidance system. So Taurus, stop listening to other people. Start listening to yourself, your own inner guidance system. It's all inside you. So do it. Now, not kidding. All right, Gemini, Mom, if you're listening, this goes out to you and all my other Gemini friends. What does the universe want my mom and all the other Geminis to know? Can I just make this one up because I want to tell my mom stuff? No, I'm kidding. All right, Mom. See what the universe wants you to know. Ooh, focus on success. Gemini needs to focus on success. So what does that mean for you? That's an easy one. We're going to pull another one there for you, Geminis. What else does the universe want Gemini to know? Whatever I can imagine, the universe can deliver. If you have the ability to imagine it or even think about it, the universe has the ability and the resources to deliver it fully unto you. For it is like a well-stocked kitchen with every ingredient imaginable at your disposal. So Gemini, focus on success, figure out what you want, and focus on it, think about it. All right, Cancer. What does the universe want Cancer to know today? What's in store for our little crabby friends? Crabs. Let's see, what do the crabs need to know today? Spirits. I am filled with light. Change me, divine beloved, into one who knows my spirit is eternal and ageless. Let me release any old ideas of constriction or limitation. My whole being is filled with joy, energy, and beauty. A vessel for the divine Shakti. Well, Cancer, it looks like you are holding on to past ideas, which is not unusual for you. Cancer likes history in the past, so it does have a tendency to hold on to things. So you need to release any old ideas of constrictions or limitations. Sounds like the world out there is feeling pretty limited this week or right now. Maybe it's the heaviness of the post-eclipse. All right, Leo, our little lion friends, what does the universe want you to know today? The universe wants Leo to know this. What is mine for the doing? The work card, the prairie mound ant card. What is yours for the doing? What else does the universe want Leo to know? Feel that like that's short. All right, the universe wants Leo to know my most important relationship is with Source. There is no relationship of greater importance to achieve than the relationship between you and your physical body right here and now, and the soul source, God, from which you have come. If you tend to that relationship first and foremost, you will then and only have the stable footing to proceed into your other relationships. Your relationship with your own body, with money, with your parents, with grandchildren, and your world will all fall easily into alignment once you tend to this fundamental relationship first. So Leo, worry about yourself first, worry about everyone else later. Virgo, this one goes out to my Virgo friends. There's a lot of you. All right, Virgo, what does the universe want Virgo to know? We're going to pick this one. Abundance is your right, Virgo. Abundance is your right. What else does the universe want Virgo to know? Surrender unhealthy relationships. Let go of relationships that don't serve you, including unavailable or toxic people. You deserve to be treasured by others and surrounded by other people or by positive people. All right, Libra. What does the universe want Libra to know today? Universe wants Libra to know this. Intuition. God finds a way. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can offer all major decisions to you. Let me trust you're always guiding me in the right directions. May I always remember that if something is meant to be, out of no way, God finds a way. Trust your intuition, Libra. All right, Libra. Or excuse me, Scorpio, you're next. Scorpio, what does the universe want Scorpio to know? Scorpio needs to know hissing like a scorpion. Death is an illusion, Scorpio, but you knew that because you got one foot on the other side, one foot here. Death is an illusion, and what else does the universe want Scorpio to know? Intuition. I feel like we keep drawing the same cards. Everyone's feeling out of touch with their intuition today, I feel like. Each person's road to the inner Lord is extraordinary and personal. How liberating to listen inside and sense moment to moment what's needed. All right, Sagittarius in the house. What does the universe want Sagittarius to know today? Jessica, you know who you are. And the rest of the Sagittarius. All right, the universe wants you to know this. Prioritize self-care. You do so much for others. It's time for you to experience the love you deserve and let others help you. Sagittarius, Jessica, and all the other Sagittarius friends I have, or too long to list. All right, we're going to move on to our hardworking friends, Capricornio, Capricornio, ¿qué es lo que quiere que sepas del universo? Universe wants Capricorn to know this. Dear you, it might be hard to believe you'll ever get to where you want to go, feel the way you want to feel, and find peace and security. But you can. There's a lot to celebrate in this life. But first, you need to let go of this attachment to achieving certain results. It is easy to get caught in the endless loop of wanting this or that so you can feel safe. The only way out is to surrender the attachment. Empty yourself so you can be filled with something new. The compulsion will be lifted and peace will come. Trust that something better waits, that something new will open up, and you will see new opportunities for fulfillment. The truth is, whenever you get in the loop, what you are really looking for is spirit, ghosts. No, I'm kidding. Spirit, ghost, same thing. That connection is where the power, the peace, and the purpose lies. Everything else follows after that. Give yourself a hug. We got you. All right, guys, I might have enough time for everybody. Aquarius, what does the universe want Aquarius to know? Universe wants Aquarius, Aaron, with an E, to know this. Dabble. What would help me feel safe in opening up? The Dabble card, the Mallard card. What would feel safe in helping me open up? Universe wants Aquarius to know this also, because we got a little time. Surrender to divine timing. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient. Trust the universal flow. And last but not least, our Pisces friends who are undoubtedly feeling a little, well, a lot of things after this weekend. What does the universe want Pisces to know? The universe wants Pisces to know this. Enjoy being a Buddha. Becoming a Buddha is not so difficult. A Buddha is someone who is enlightened, capable of loving and forgiving. You know that at times you're like that. So enjoy being a Buddha. Dang it. When you sit, allow the Buddha in you to sit. When you walk, allow the Buddha in you to walk. Enjoy your practice. If you don't become a Buddha, who will, Pisces? Who will? What does the other side say? Rest naturally. Suppose someone is holding a pebble and throws it in the air, and the pebble begins to fall down into a river. After the pebble touches the surface of the water, it allows itself to sink slowly into the river. It will reach the bed of the river without any effort. Once the pebble is at the bottom of the river, it continues to rest. It allows the water to pass by. I think the pebble reaches the bed of the river by the shortest path because it allows itself to fall without making any effort. During our sitting meditation, we can allow ourselves to rest like a pebble. We can allow ourselves to sink naturally without effort to the position of sitting, the position of resting. That's what the universe wants you to know right now, Pisces. Enjoy being a Buddha. Rest naturally. You've gotten your butt kicked over the past week or so. So it's time to relax, rest, enjoy yourself, enjoy every moment. Summon your inner Buddha so that it can be known. And so it is. All right, folks, that concludes our first full-length Oracle buffet reading here. Glad I was able to get to everyone, and I think I might have time for this. But anyway, you can purchase your own Oracle buffet reading shipped directly to you at psychicastrologywi.com, where you can also book an astrology reading with yours truly. If you've never had an astrology reading done before, astrology can help answer a lot of questions about who you are, what you came to Earth to do, what's going on in your life right now, what's coming down the pipeline. Kind of like having a map to your life, like a cheat code, the instruction manual. You get someone like myself who knows how to read your chart, it can save you years and years of beating your head against the wall, years and years of frustration and wrong turns just by knowing what's in your chart and kind of what you came here to do.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday. I want to say a lot of stuff is going on this weekend. This weekend is going to be crazy packed with a couple of interesting transits. And what I say about transits, when I look at a transit in the natal chart, it's always the transiting planets hitting your natal chart. And what we have this weekend is we have some interesting things, like I said. We have Uranus going into retrograde. It has been in Gemini since early July, and now it reverts back to Taurus. And it is in Taurus until January 2nd, 2026. So pretty much the outer planets, which are called the generational planets, and what I mean by that is typically Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. They stay in a sign for a long time. So they stay in retrograde about 50% of the time. So what does this mean for you? You're probably thinking. So Uranus, just to kind of give you a little background on Uranus, it is the planet of awakening, rebellion. And it asks us to reflect when it goes and breakthroughs, sorry, and it asks us to reflect before acting. So whenever you have a Uranus transit in your natal chart, it's like, boy, I didn't see that coming, but yet I feel it coming on some level. So in Taurus, it's going to focus on money, values, security, the body, and the earth. So some themes to highlight is, where are you stuck in your comfort zones that limit growth? Freedom around finances, possessions, and personal securities. You know, think of things like that. Like, how does this all look and feel for me, and where do I need to kind of make some specific changes? So I wanted to talk about that. Another thing that we have is a lunar eclipse. It's with it's the full moon in Pisces, and I've said on other shows, full moons are about endings. They are, you know, in Pisces. Pisces equals dreams, intuition, spirituality, compassion, and release. It is the 12th house. So it is very karmic. And this is really about an invitation to surrender control and trust the flow of life. It is called, this moon is called the corn moon, and it dates back to the Native Americans growing their crops, being really close to autumn. So that's really kind of the background. There's a whole big story around it. And it's really the symbolism here is abundance, gratitude, and really reaping what you've sown. You know, it's your time to really celebrate your personal harvest, the progress, growth, and the lessons of the year. You know, prepare for a seasonal shift towards autumn. Really, with Pisces, it's release what no longer serves you. just as farmers clear fields after a harvest. So how these things are kind of going to work together is really about deep transformation. Uranus is going to shake up some foundations and ask us to really rethink our relationship to security and values. Pisces is going to dissolve old patterns, making spiritual, growth for a spiritual renewal. And really what we're harvesting is not just crops, but the results of what we've planted this year. Liberation is going to come from letting things go, and endings open doors for freedom and alignment, and some of the things you might be, thinking about is, where am I holding on to comfort that prevents me from growth? What are some things that I just can't kind of get rid of? What illusions or habits am I ready to release? And what am I most grateful for harvesting this year? I mean, this year is quickly coming to a close. It's been a crazy year astrologically. I feel like crazy in an eye-opening way, I would say. And some things that you can do that are very effective are practices or grounding rituals. Walk barefoot, really connect with the earth. That's Uranus and Taurus. Dream journaling, meditation, water rituals. That's Pisces full moon. Gratitude practice. Write down your harvest list of what's working for you in your life, and really what to release, like what absolutely isn't working for you, and where do you want to look to make the changes that are necessary for your growth. Pisces is, like I said, is karmic endings. Is there a certain relationship? Is there, maybe you're holding on to a job that just isn't fulfilling you anymore. Maybe you're just getting in your own way, and you're like, I just need to take a chance and see what's on the other side of all this. I feel like for this weekend, trust the process of change. Change is good. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't like change because they get a little bit scared of it. Eclipses and retrogrades can feel destabilizing. They're really here to help us evolve. Evolution is going to help this planet get into a higher vibration. We can't consistently do the same things and expect different results. So really, I would say, again, going back to surrender control and just really trust the flow of life, and what else? I wanted to say a couple of other things. It's really about alignment. It's really about alignment in all of us. And retrogrades, the energy towards it goes inward. It asks us to reflect before acting. So again, it's thinking, okay, where is it that I want my finances to be with Taurus? Where is it that I feel strong in my own personal value of what I'm trying to accomplish, whether it's a job, whether it's, your own personal finances, whether it's what you think, how you value yourself. All these things are very Taurus. And I think that, we get stuck in all of this, and we kind of need this Uranus full moon energy to awaken us, to let things go that are no longer serving us. So how this is going to work is on Saturday, Uranus is going to station direct in Taurus. And I do want to say that this book, The Daily Planetary Guide, if you're very into astrology and you want to know what's going on, purchase this book. It comes out every year, and you can see where the sky is at all times. And I know a lot of people use ChatGPT, and I think it's a wonderful tool, but it doesn't always get it right. I've had to, just creating reports and using it as a tool, it could be a little bit off. So something like this is worth investing in. And I just wanted to read this really quick. Sorry, I had the page open and now I don't. Oh, okay. So Uranus is going to go in retrograde at 12:51 a.m. Eastern time. So again, you might feel very different with this. And I would suggest you go outside and ground. Go outside and ground. Not at 12:50. Well, you're up at 12:50 a.m. Yes, but in the morning when you get up, the first thing you want to do is ground, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful in all parts of the country right now, and even other parts of the world right now. So this is a perfect time to ground. The lunar eclipse looks like it's, when is it happening? It's going into, looks like about 3:41 a.m. So again, it's going in different, depending on what part of the country you're in, it's going to happen at different times. But again, I think this is an important spiritual weekend for you to awaken.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who may not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a Reiki master. I am a shamanic energy healer. I am a pranic energy healer. I am a life coach and a hypnotherapist. So I got lots of different skills and lots of experience to help you kind of change your life, do whatever you need to get you going. You can check me out on my website at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also check me out on Facebook, which is my Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. On Instagram, I am at Angel Margaret P. And on TikTok, I am at Angel Margaret P with the number 8 after it. So that's where all the cool stuff is, where you can find me. Also, just to let you know, some upcoming events every Tuesday at 4:30. I am here with A1R Psychic Radio doing angelic insights and healing. This Saturday, I am so excited. I cannot believe it's almost here already. We are doing Angels and Energy, a mini retreat for your soul. We still have a couple of spaces left for that. So if you would like to go to that mini retreat for Saturday and you have not signed up yet, please send me a message, shoot me a text, sign up now. I don't know how long these last few spots are going to stay. Again, that is this Saturday. It starts at 2:30 and goes until 7 p.m. You will get 3 fantastic workshops. We are doing, Lena Chiro will be doing EFT, which is tapping, the emotional freedom technique for people and animals. We will be doing the meditation on the twin hearts led by Pat Gaffney from Bucks County Pranic Healing. And I will be leading a meditation on meeting your healing angel at this time. In addition to that mini retreat, you get 3 services as well. You get a reading from me, whether it be a mediumship reading or an angel card reading. You also get a mini pranic healing energy session with Pat. And Lena will either give you some NLP, neuro-linguistic programming techniques to kind of help you tweak a little bit, whatever needs to be tweaking. Or if you have an animal and you would like Lena to read your pet, you can do that as well. So it's going to be a great workshop. Again, that is this Saturday from 2:30 p.m. to 7. Shoot me a message if you want to sign up. Next 2 weeks from now, on June 28th, my friend Allison Sahu will be teaching basic pranic healing class. That's going to be an amazing class, guys. If you are interested in energy healing, maybe you're already an energy healer of some type, and maybe you don't know what this energy healing stuff is. What is all this about? Come and take Allison's basic class. It is a fantastic class. I will tell you, the investment you make is like minor compared to all the amazing information you will be given. It almost feels like, you know, she backs this big old dump truck of information up and gives it to you when she teaches her class. All kinds of great stuff there. Again, that is at the Waken Center on June 28th and 29th. That's the basic pranic healing class. And I do believe we have a caller on the line. Brenda from Silver Springs. How are you today, Brenda?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank
I'm
you.
excited, actually.
Today. Good.
I don't know. I told you you're giving readings. I'm just trying to see if I can get one. Maybe I don't know. Whatever kind of thing you got to see for me, just shoot it out. Because I need some good news.
Okay, well, let's pull some cards and let's see what the angels want you to know. Then let's get you some good news.
All right. Yes, I need some good news.
And your positivity, I can tell you that's going to get you good news coming before you even start. So,
oh, thank you. That's awesome.
So, this is fantastic. So, your first card that comes up is Rochelle. And Rochelle comes and she tells you that as you follow your dreams, as you follow your heart, prosperity is coming. So, kind of try to tell the logical brain to kind of like quiet down for a little bit and just, let your faith kind of buoy you up and know that God's not going to drop you. Know that good things are coming. The finances will loosen up a little bit. But you have to, again, follow your heart. So like when that logical brain starts saying, well, that might be a little too crazy for you to make enough money at. Tell it to be quiet. Tell it to calm down. Tell it faith has this. God's got me. It's all good. Because if we're not careful, we can very quickly let the logical part of our brain talk us out of the spirit part. Because spirit takes care of its logic sometimes, not always.
Can I ask you a question about that?
You sure can. Please do.
I had a dream about a few days ago, actually, about this is unbelievable. I always want to throw it out there because that card just made me like, holy crap. Okay, so I had a dream that I was told like to go on June 28th to this one particular store and buy 4 $50 lottery tickets, which I've never done in my life, by the way. I've never spent $50 on a lottery ticket in my life. And I was going to win $1 million. Now, is that my logic? Is that like, and I had a fever at the time. So I don't know if it was part of that but I was having all kind of crazy dreams with that. So I don't know if that one was that or what, but I'm like, that card just freaked me out just for a minute.
Well, so there's some good stuff here and some good reasons to be freaking out. So I pulled a couple other cards for you as well. The next card that came up is Azure, and Azure comes when you're flying high and you're doing good, but people have a tendency to maybe get a little jealous of how good you're doing. So be mindful of that. You've got like some spiritual stuff. You got some stuff people around you don't understand. They don't have to understand it. You understand it. That's all that matters.
Right.
So as far as, the lottery tickets, I don't advise against for that one. May possibly been some fever stuff, but I think it's also got there is some premonition, some message in there for you too. I don't think you should go out and do, the $50 worth of lottery tickets. However, you said on June 28th, okay? So in angel numbers, the number 28 means that money comes to you as you keep the faith that you, your loved ones, and your beautiful life purpose are fully supported.
Oh, wow.
So the 28th of June is actually a special money day for you, So as you, again, like I said, Rochelle's coming. She says, do what your heart is telling you to do. As you do what your heart's telling you to do, the finances will ease up. Just have faith, the 28, have faith. The money's coming. This is all good stuff, You've got Azure telling you, that good stuff is coming. You're going to have people jealous from you in a couple of weeks. They're going to be like, how the heck did she manage?
Yeah, I know. They are. I know. I'm like, I can feel that. I'm like, I can feel that too, because I'm like, right now, I'm in like a limbo kind of period. You know what I mean? And and I know I got just like anticipation. I guess that's the word. I got this anticipation that something good is about to like explode in my life. I don't even know when or how.
Stay in that energy. Yeah, and stay in that energy. If you find yourself like getting down a little bit, try to find that next good thought. Try to think about, when you start to get down from the energy you're at now, try to find that next good feeling thought to help you get back up and stay back up. Because as we're grateful, as we stay in a positive mood, we attract more blessings. We attract more things to be grateful for.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so I mean, you got like really great stuff coming up.
Yay! Just
make sure, yes, and make sure again that you're following your heart. Tell the logic part of your mind to just be quiet for a little bit.
I don't have a logical part of my mind. I don't listen to it. I never listened to that anyway, so it doesn't matter, even though I did. And nothing logical. I'm a Libra. Everything, I go full out. Doesn't matter, If I fail, I fail. If I don't, I don't. The way I look at it.
Yeah, I hope the reading was helpful for you today, Brenda.
It was. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, and feel free to join my Facebook group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, on Facebook there, and follow me on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us.
Okay, I think I already am, actually.
All right, cool. All right, well, I will see you around, and you have an awesome day, and have a fantastic June 28th, Brenda.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So again, guys, you can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us. You can find me at Instagram at Angel Margaret P. You can find me on TikTok at Angel Margaret P with the number 8 after it. Lots of awesome stuff coming up. Again, this Saturday, the 21st, there are still a few spots left for the Angels and Energy Mini Retreat for Your Soul. Message me if you want more information about that. June 28th, Allison Sahu will be teaching basic pranic healing at the Awaken Center in Plymouth meeting. You can check out Bucks County Pranic Healing for more information on that, or you can also, check out different things on my page on Facebook. Talks about pranic healing all the time. There's links in there. You can click on that and find all that too. And again, every Tuesday, I am here at 4:30 on A1R Psychic Radio Station. So I hope you guys all have a great day. I am available as well. If you are not local to the Philadelphia area, I do readings and healings by Zoom remotely. So, just send me a message. Let's get you some help. Let's get you moving forward. I hope you all have a fantastic week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for an offering of light with Robin Chaney. Robin Chaney. Live from RobinChaney.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is an offering of light on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening, and welcome to Thursday night on A1R Radio. I am Robin Chaney. I'm your host for the first 15 minutes, and I am a healer. So what that means is for y'all tonight, I'm going to bring in some divine light from heaven and just provide it to you and let your body absorb it and give the healing that you need at this time. If you have anything you want it to work on specifically, just set your intention and that's what it'll do. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and get started. And go ahead and get comfortable. On the count of 3, we're going to take a deep breath in. So 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. And let's do that one more time on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. Nice. All right, so I'm just going to start running light for everybody. And we'll see where it takes us. I do want to remind everybody that if you like my offerings here tonight, you can go to my website, robinchaney.com, and you can see the other offerings that I provide. Okay. Still running light. I feel like the whole collective just needs to, they just want to feel better. Everything feels so rushed and stressful. And I tell you, I'm feeling it. When I'm not in this protected space, I am feeling it. So I love getting into the session energy where I'm able to relax and connect more with myself. I mean, I am talking so fast right now. That's how like everything is just crazy. It's just going so quickly right now. And even I am moving so fast. And it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable for me. It seems like there's just fire after fire after fire right now for my day job. Okay. I'm going to intensify the light. And so far, I'm not being drawn to anybody in particular, just kind of everybody just needs to take a breath and relax and kind of cocoon themselves to get some recuperative sleep, rest, because it's going so quickly. It's like it's going so fast you can't even, it's like the head is spinning, right? The head is spinning. You can't even see straight right now. Just so much. I'm feeling some twinges in my jaw. So somebody here may have some pain in their jaw. Oof, going up here. That's nerve pain going up and down. Nerve pain in the mouth. Oh, I know what that feels like, and it is horrible. So I feel for the person who is having this pain. Okay, so I'm also being drawn to like some indigestion, some what feels like digestive issues. So my attention is going to go down into the intestines, the small intestines right now. It feels like almost everybody has issues in their gut. And as I rolled back like this with my hips, like I felt some pain in my back. So whoever has the pain in their back, the light is going to work on it as well, even though my attention is still in the gut area and the liver. All right, we have several people with liver healing needed. So let's get into the liver, the small intestine. Let's get into the ileum, up into the colon. I feel like somebody is saying, hey, my bladder, the incontinence, right? The incontinence in the bladder, the urgency to urinate. Let's see if we can get some work on those issues for people. Wow. Feels like I'm just going to be drawn to a lot of people tonight instead of individually. So as of now, it can always change, right? I feel like there's a young girl here, and it feels like like when you do your inner child work, if you're a shaman, it would be a soul piece. If just working with therapy, it's usually like identifying with your inner child. And I have a 6-year-old female. She's blonde. There's a little bit of body in the hair, but not a lot. And she has pigtails out the sides. And she's holding a teddy bear. This also looks like a picture from the 80s. So if you were 6 years old in the 80s, or give or take a couple years, but around 82, 83, if you're 6 years old in 83, maybe even 84, somewhere around there, 85, somewhere in the mid 80s, we're going to say mid 80s. This may be for you. We're just going to give her some healing. Feels like it's like the rug got pulled out from under her. Something to do with the family. Maybe it could have been a divorce, or it could have been a move, a quick move. Excuse me. But it feels like the rug was taken out from her, from under her feet, and so the stability was off. The stability was off. It feels like she went inside her head at that time, and you were trying to help yourself, but when you're 6, you don't have the tools or the capacity, right, to make healing decisions, just because you don't know. You don't know. And unfortunately, your 6-year-old brain did its best, right? But it cut off. So there's a lot of distrust. Sorry, Gemma is wanting a cookie. Gemma's my dog, whoever doesn't know. You may have heard her growling and yelping in the back, but I gave her a cookie and now she has ran off. So we should be good for a while. I know it's bad to pacify her like that, but that's what I do. Okay. It feels like a move, but there was also a split in the family. So I'm not sure what that was, but the move, and you had to make new friends, and that was really hard for you. And it feels like you would stay in your room, which was like upstairs room. It's like the house had like the top of the roof was like this, and then there was like this window that kind of looked like a 3rd floor or an attic window, and then there was a 2nd floor or a 1st floor, I'm not sure, but in the peak, this is the window, and this is the room that you would go in. It feels like your bedroom, and you would just hide out, and you would wonder about things, and you would really internalize a lot of self-doubt, and kind of stunt the expression. But you'd keep it in your room, but you would kind of keep it to yourself. So you lost some of the expression, and you lost a lot of trust. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I don't know if it's a divorce or a passing, but something was pulled out, and then you had to move to this house where there was the peak and then that window. And I wish you could have. It feels like you were with your mother, and she was also grieving. And so, but her grief didn't allow her to help you as much as you needed. She would help you, right? She would help you, but it wasn't as much as you needed. So you were taking things into your own hands. So we are working with her. We want to give her so much healing. And this is going to help your relationships, male and female relationships, whether it's romantic, boss, neighbor. This should help your relationships, because it's trusting yourself. That's the most important. Trusting yourself that no matter what anybody else chooses to do, whatever their decisions are, you're able to step back and not be emotionally tied to those. So you know, oh, that's their decision. I can't control them. even though, who doesn't want to control everybody? I mean, I do, right? But you step back and let them make their own decisions. Now, sometimes that is hard, right? And you may have to grieve those decisions, but trusting yourself that you're going to be okay no matter what anybody else does, that's where we're going. That's the goal with this, okay? So we want to give her the healing that she needs. Oof. And it feels like even though she was 6 when this started, I'm getting 9, 10, 11. And when you went into your teens, your preteens and your teens, it was you were really self-deprecating in your head. You had a lot of negative self-talk, and it made you not want to be social. Even though you'd want to go to the dances, if you went, you had such a conversation in your head, and it was all detrimental to yourself. And I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry that you experienced that. And I'm so sorry that you weren't taught to love yourself as much as you should. Okay. So we want to bring that to you, to accept yourself and to love yourself. And as they say on the airplanes, put on your mask first, right? Learn to do that and then help other people. Because right now, it seems like you've turned into a people pleaser. And that is like pushing emotions away, right? So nobody's able to help you, right? So, and you're the one that can use the help. But so you don't trust people, okay? So we are really working on building this trust. Now, if you're familiar with God's angels, pray to the angels and to God and to Jesus, whoever you pray to, and ask a specific angel of trust, to help you rebuild your trust in yourself. This beautiful angel is a female, would love an opportunity to help you. 60 seconds. Okay. I opened my eyes at the right time to see the countdown. All right, we have 60 seconds left. So let's go back to the collective of everybody here and who will be later on. And let's just intensify the light so everybody gets what they can get during this short period of time that we are together. I feel some relaxation coming in. More belief in yourself, more belief in your dreams. The hope is coming back. I have 30 seconds. Let's really start believing in yourselves and your dreams and the things you want to do. Not just live a dutiful life, but live an exciting, purposeful, fulfilling life, right? That's what we want to do. So, all right, I just got this smiley face. I'm not really sure what that means, but that means probably like 10 seconds. So I'm just going to continue running light. Thank you all for coming. I enjoy seeing everybody here on Thursday evenings, and I will see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone from Houston, Texas. I am your host, Brandy Kahn, and welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. So I am an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. So in this show, we are going to mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously and intentionally raising our children. And I'm so excited to have you all here. And I'm excited to share with you how astrology can give absolutely amazing insights when it comes to parenting and also when it comes to child development. Now, in the next few weeks, if you would like to be a participant or a caller on my show, I need for you to join my Facebook group. It's called Psychology Infused Astrology. The members of that group will receive priority when it comes to taking callers on this show. And that's because I would rather have a system in place where you're not sharing your child's personal information over a live broadcast as far as like the details of their natal chart. So again, that group is Psychology Infused Astrology on Facebook. So since today is my debut with A1R Psychic Radio, this is my first show, I will tell you a little bit about me as a person, how I came to this path, how did I become an astrologer, and why I believe astrology, using astrology with your parenting approach can be an absolute game changer for you. So for me, I, for the last 15 years, have been a full-time homeschooling mom to my 4 children. And over the last 15 years, helping them and supporting them along their educational journey, I didn't realize that at the same time, I was also having a spiritual awakening. I was learning a lot of things, reading and growing in that way. And it really all began with Reiki. So I was attuned as a Reiki master, initiated as a Reiki master 12 years ago. And with that initiation into Reiki, I was able to have a heightened level of sensitivity. And then with that sensitivity, I began to develop it. And, and then I was using my intuition to give readings. And then I was giving readings as a medium, which I absolutely love to do. So that's how it really all started for me, was through the process of being initiated into Reiki. And then 7 years ago, I began my love affair with astrology, and I never would have seen that coming in a million years. And the reason why I say I never would have seen it coming in a million years is because if you were to ask me 10 years ago what I thought about astrology, I would tell you that, I don't believe in astrology. I don't think that it's valid. I think that it's fraudulent. I mean, how can every single Leo in the world have the exact same horoscope in the newspaper? That was the way that I thought. So when it came to astrology, I was not a believer, definitely not. And I remember there was, I was with 3 other women. One of them was my Reiki master, the lady who initiated me into Reiki, and 2 other students. And the 4 of us were just having a good time. We were having a conversation, and someone steered the conversation towards astrology. And the 3 of them were just chatting it up, and I'm just sitting there looking like with a look of bewilderment on my face, because I was thinking, these women are so smart. How is it that they believe in astrology? Don't they know better? Like, astrology is not even real. That was how I thought. And everything changed in 2016 when my father died unexpectedly. So my father died towards the end of 2016, and within that year after his passing, I decided to go to a show in Houston. There was, the international medium known as John Edward. I'm sure a lot of you know who John Edward is. Well, he came to Houston for a show, and I decided to go because I really wanted a message from my father. Now, there were hundreds of people in the auditorium. I was not one of those who received a message, but I got something much deeper. Because at the beginning of the show, John Edward, he told everybody in the crowd, people always come to me and they ask, what psychic do you go to? What medium do you see? And he said, I don't see psychics or mediums. The only person that I see is an astrologer, and she's in Australia, and her name is Maggie Kerr. And I don't know why, but I felt drawn to write down her name. And I knew that I absolutely had to book a session with her. So within the next few months of learning about her, I did book a session. And since she's in Australia, it was on Zoom. And I remember logging on that day for my session with Maggie. And at the beginning, before she began, she told me, she said, okay, I'm going to do your session differently than I do with most people. She said, instead of telling you, I'm going to teach you. And I was like, okay, why are you doing that? And she said, well, you have it within your chart to really understand astrology on a deep level and to work with it. And, I just looked at her like, okay, yeah, she doesn't even realize I don't believe in this stuff. But I said, okay. And, I just went with the flow. And within the first 5-10 minutes of the session, Maggie was telling me the story of my life in a way that no one had ever told me this story before. I, for the first time, felt so validated. I felt seen. I felt heard. I felt like someone finally understood me. And she, in turn, gave me this appreciation for who I am, the way I've been my whole life. So I walked away from that session with this deep level of appreciation and love for who I am. And at the end of the session, I already had my mind made up early on during my session with her that I was going to learn how to do this. I was going to learn astrology. And it just so happened that Maggie was getting ready to start her certification program. And I was lucky to study with her. I studied with her in her program for almost 2 years before I began offering my services as an astrologer. But that session completely changed my life. And in the same way, I love to give and to share that with other people as well. So one of the things that I learned most early on through my studies with astrology, because I was studying the natal charts of the people in my family, in particular my children, one of the things that I learned was each of them is a unique being. Up until that point, I didn't even realize it. I had been going on autopilot and assuming that they were all alike, assuming that they all had the same communication style, same connection style. And I was not really valuing them as the individuals that they were. And so when I was into my astrology training, I had this epiphany. And there was something that I remembered. So when my oldest son, Amir, was potty training, I remembered how we could get him to go and do number 1 in the potty, but not number 2. And that went on for weeks. Like no matter what I tried, to buy toys, tried to buy candy, tried everything under the sun to get him to go potty. And it just was not working. So in a moment of desperation, I remember sitting in my den one day, and my husband's copy of Harrop's reference of internal medicine, my husband's a physician, his internal medicine reference book was sitting on the coffee table, and I grabbed it and I began to look through it. And there was a section on skin disorders with pictures. And then I had a really clever idea. So I called Amir over and I said, Amir, take a look at these pictures. You see what happened to the skin? This can happen to your skin if we don't keep you clean, if we don't get you to go to the potty. This could happen. This is why you've really got to go to the potty. And I remember Amir standing there looking at the pictures. His eyes were like wide as saucers, and he just looked and he said, okay. And from that day forward, that kid never had another accident. Never had another accident at all. That was all that he needed. So then when it was time to potty train my other 3 children, I'm like, I've got this nailed. I've got this down pat. I know exactly what to do. I've got the perfect trick. But the joke was on me. The trick was on me because it did not work for any of the other 3. And for years, I wondered, why did it work for Amir, but it didn't work for the other 3 when it came to potty training? I even remember my daughter Amira, she's the second child, second born. When I tried the same thing with her, and I opened up the reference book and I showed her the pictures, and it's like it went right over her head. I was like, this is what could happen if we don't keep our skin clean. She was just like, okay. Like she was completely unfazed by it, and she went about her day and, still had accidents. And I never quite understood that. And then when I learned the language of astrology, what I figured out was my oldest son, Amir, his sun is in the sign of Leo, but his moon is in the sign of Virgo. So the moon is about, our emotions, our feelings, but also what gives us a sense of safety and security. Virgo is the sign not only of service, being of service to others, but the sign of cleanliness, hygiene, order, organization. So Amir is internally wired to have a sense of safety and well-being if there's cleanliness, if he feels as if everything is organized, in order, hygienic, right? So that's why that mattered for Amir. That's why that worked for Amir. Whereas for Amira, with her moon in Taurus, it didn't work for her at all. And she doesn't have a major placement in the sign of Virgo at all. Now, with her moon in Taurus, if I would have known what I know now back then, I would have said something to her about, okay, you go to the potty, let's go to Bath and Body Works and get the nice scented lotion that you love, or some bubble bath, or that nice cozy robe that you love so much. That would have been more speaking her language. And so that was one thing that I learned early on with astrology, is each of these kids is a different individual with different values. They're wired differently. And so I must relate to them in their own individual way, or in the way that best serves them. Now, the best way to support your child really is through understanding who they really are, because without understanding, then we're prone to using projection and judgment on other people. But understanding opens the door to empathy. And then through empathy, we can form like really strong rapport and connection with others around us. We're all born with this innate desire, this innate drive to connect with other people. And when that connection is reliably established for your child, then the brain can grow in the most optimal ways. Now, one thing that I do want to add here, just a word of caution as a parent and as an astrologer, please make sure that if you're using astrology with your parenting approach, that you're using astrology to understand your child and not so much to label them. So I'll say that again, make sure that you're using astrology to understand and not to label. And I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a daughter, and your daughter has her sun in the sign of Aries, energetic sign of Aries, right? Action. And you make the assumption, oh my goodness, my daughter has her sun in Aries, her Mars is in Aries. She's going to be so athletic. She's going to be such a go-getter. She's going to have this athletic skill and ability. And you know what? She might even go to the Olympics. Okay. So that right there, that's misusing astrology. Because what we want to do is to support our children to be who they came here to be. So even if your daughter has her sun in Aries, her Mars in Aries, the right approach is more along the lines of, I know that my daughter, there's certain traits and characteristics that she will have. She'll be more than likely courageous and bold, and she may be a trailblazer, and she may be a leader. But however she wants to use those traits and qualities, I will support her. Even if it's not through athletics, what if she wants to use those traits and qualities in an artistic way or in another way? Then we want to make sure that we are supporting our children, or supporting, in this case, the daughter, and being how she wants to manifest or how she wants to use the traits that she was gifted with. Okay. So always to understand and never to label that, you should be like this, or you should be like this, or you shouldn't be like this because of your sun sign, because of your moon sign, just to understand. And one of the first things that I always encourage parents to do really is before you begin the process of using astrology with your parenting approach, make sure that you really understand yourself through the lens of astrology. So, for example, what are your gifts? What are your challenges? What are you here to focus on? What does that show? How does that show up in your natal chart? What are your life lessons? Are there any limiting beliefs that you're working with, or that, lurk in the background that affect how you parent? Or is there childhood trauma that you need to heal in order to be the parent that you always wanted to be, so that you're not passing on dysfunctional patterns to your children? It's really important. It's essential that you know all of this about yourself in order to be the absolute best parent that you can be. So, what's your communication style? How do you like to express yourself? How do you like to nurture others? What gives you a sense of safety and security? And how does that compare or contrast with that of your child? Do you guys speak the same language? Or are you on different, ends of the spectrum, opposite ends of the spectrum? Is that the way that it is for you guys? So I'll give you an example. Let's say that we have mom or dad who has their Mercury. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Let's say that we've got Mercury in the sign of Virgo. Mercury's very happy in Virgo. So with Mercury and Virgo, mom or dad may be one that thinks very analytically. They're very logical. They're very grounded in their approach, right? But then they have a daughter, and this daughter has her Mercury in the sign of Pisces. So we've got the planet of communication in the sign of Pisces. And Pisces is a sign that's all about spiritual sensitivity. It's all about our feelings, right? So this child is wired to process their thoughts based on their emotions. So when mom or dad comes to them and says, why is your room a mess? Everything should be orderly and organized and in its proper place. That's going to go in one ear of the child and out the other, because that's not the language that the child speaks. The child is on a different frequency, a different level of understanding. The parent would be much better off, since the child really values feelings, to say something like, doesn't it feel better when your room is clean? Doesn't it feel better? Don't you feel better when everything is in its place? And then the child will be able to hear the parent once the parent is speaking their language. Now, if you need more assistance in this area, I've got the absolute perfect program for you. I have a 5-week program, and it's called the Stellar Parent Method. And this program will help you to custom design your parenting approach based on your child's natal chart or their cosmic blueprint. Now, I'm only able to take 5 people. I'm still a homeschooling mom and still trying to balance everything out. So I'm only able to take 5 right now. But you can get more info at my website, brandycon.com, and make sure you click on the astrology button. And then under the astrology button in the drop down menu, you will see the Stellar Parent Method. If you still have more questions about the program, you can schedule a free 15-minute strategy session with me where I can answer all of your questions. Okay? So now we've got a caller. We've got someone that is waiting. And Dave, I'm ready for the caller.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. Nice to have you on. So I do have your daughter's birth information. You sent me her information for her natal chart. And what in particular was it that you wanted to know, or what did you have a question about?
I guess I would like to know more about her communication style because we are approaching her teenage years, and while we have a good relationship, it is sometimes difficult to kind of gauge where she's coming from. If you can't understand, I know you said you had a teenage daughter, so if you could kind of. Sometimes there's like a wall there when she doesn't want to talk about things, and I'm kind of having to pry things out of her. So any help there would be lovely.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So we do have your daughter's rising sign as Aries. So she's going to interact with the world in a really energetic way. There'll be a lot of drive for her. She's a free spirit. She's very active, right? And you know, that Aries is ruled by the Mars and Scorpio. So she's got a lot of determination when it comes to what she wants. Okay. One thing before we get to the communication, one thing that I did notice, her moon is in the sign of Gemini. So the moon is all about our feelings and emotions and how we want to be nurtured, what makes us feel safe. So with that moon in Gemini, something that's really important for your daughter that gives her a sense of safety is being able to talk about her feelings. Being able to talk about her feelings. And she will open up and talk about her feelings when she's feeling safe. Okay. So now, as far as her communication style, we do have Mercury, the planet of communication, in the sign of Virgo, which, you know, it's interesting because that was in the example that I just used. So Mercury in Virgo tends to be very analytical, very rational, very reasonable, right? Very structured as far as how they like to express themselves or how they like to integrate information. The only thing is her Mercury is in a tense aspect with the planet Uranus. So with your daughter, it can almost be like, it just depends on what day of the week it is. Some days she might, you know, want to really open up and share. And then there may be other days where it's like, well, you know, I'm really not feeling like sharing so much right now. And that's okay. We just have to honor where she's at and allow her to open up whenever she feels like, okay, I'm ready to open up and I'm ready to share. I have one question about your daughter with that Mercury and Virgo. As she's been growing up, have you found that it's pretty easy for her to learn information? Does she have an easy time learning and retaining information?
She does. She does extremely well in school. I'm a homeschooler as well, and we kind of set targets, and she always beats her targets. She's always done with school for the year like a month early. Like she's done like April 30th, regardless of how I structure it. And so I've noticed that I've had to keep stimulating her. Like as far as her reading level, we like a lot of the same books, which some moms kind of frown upon because of the themes. But you know, I sit down, we explain, you know, that talk her through it. So yes, she has always had an easy time learning. She'll be 14 at the end of this month. So, but yes, she's super smart.
Oh, well, that's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, with that Mercury and Virgo, you know, that can be like a child who's got this love of learning, this love of reading, this love of, you know, even learning different things with the moon and Gemini. That all gives her a sense of safety and security. So being able to learn and then being able to share with others exactly what it is that I learned, that's one of the things that will make your daughter, I feel, thrive. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Okay, very good, very good. I will just also mention that Your daughter has her sun in the sign of Libra. So, the sun sign will usually kick in later on in life, maybe late 20s, early 30s. So, and one of the themes that I see in her chart is relationships and relating to people. So one of her primary lessons for this lifetime is being around people, being in relationships with people and learning how to relate to them. Learning how to speak, learning how to share information, learning how to network. All of that seems like that's something that will really that really makes her tick, like at a fundamental level. So I just wanted to add that for you as well. Okay, Carla?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you so much for the information. Great insight.
Yeah, of course. You're welcome. Okay, so we've got a few more minutes, and I will just add for everybody else, we're still under the influence or the effect of the Virgo new moon. It was September 2nd or 3rd, depending upon your time zone. So right now, school is starting. The kids are at the beginning of the school year. It's the perfect time for parents to really help your child set new goals for what do we want to achieve this upcoming school year. What's important for us? What are our goals? What are we going to do? And it's a really good time to create a system to help your children to succeed. So everything about planning, being meticulous, having a routine, all of that right now, you may feel compelled or called to do. And it's just because of the energy of the new moon. So take advantage of this, of the energy right now, and go ahead and, it's a great time at the beginning of the school year to step into this fully. Okay. So we are at the end of the show. I will mention again, if you would like to be a caller, if you have a question about your child's natal chart in the upcoming weeks, I need for you to join my Facebook group at Psychology Infused Astrology. The members in that group will receive priority when it comes to readings on this show, because it allows me to get your child's information in a way before the call where we're not really disclosing a lot of their personal info on a live broadcast. So again, that's Psychology Infused Astrology. And if you are interested in my program, I've got the Stellar Parent Method, a 5-week program where we go through, once a week, we go through and we really custom design an approach to parenting for you based on your child's natal chart. But the first step of that program, before we ever get to your child's natal chart, we're going into yours. So you're also going to walk away with a much better understanding of yourself and appreciation for who you are. So thank you all for joining me today here on Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I look forward to seeing you and having you here again next week, and I hope you have a fabulous week. Take care.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely sensational week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. Yes, the weather's changing here in Australia. It's starting to warm up a little bit, and I'm a little bit like a lizard. I come out of hibernation then when the weather starts to warm up a bit. But I know for the Northern Hemisphere family, you're starting to sort of look into your fall season, your autumn season, where the leaves are changing and things are starting to cool down, and as you get ready for the major holiday season for the year and your temperatures drop, ours sort of start to warm up and we start looking for beaches and somewhere to cool off. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week was where it all started. It's called the Ace of Wands. Now, look, the Ace of Wands is the new beginnings, birth, new ideas and creation. So I want to be very clear, not every time does this card come out in a reading does it mean you're going to give birth to a child. If that was the case, there'd be an awful lot of children running around in the world, but it can be the birth of a new idea, an opportunity, something that is a new creation, something that maybe you hadn't thought of before. So look at this card as the opportunity to create something new, that it is a time of positivity. Now, this card was the original first card we shot with the Simply Tarot deck 25 years ago now, and it was actually taken from a frangipani bush in my front garden, and that is actually my hand holding the wand. And the reasons why we chose the frangipani to represent the wand, because it's a plant that keeps regenerating itself, and I believe that's what wands are about, is the constant ability to regenerate. So it was my favourite card out of all of the 78 tarot deck, not because my hand was there, but it was because it was our very first, and it was our launch, it was our new creation, it was the birth of the Simply Tarot deck, and I'm still very, very proud of it today. And we were the first ones, to my knowledge, to put the meaning of the card on the bottom of the card, which revolutionised the way that people learnt and studied tarot, even to this day. And I notice there's many decks around the world that have taken our idea, and that's amazing because it's all about learning and everybody sharing and learning together. So if you want to create something new, look for the Ace of Wands. So this week we've got a big week, as always we do, with astrology, and it's sort of like, I don't know that there's ever a time where astrology gets any quieter. It doesn't seem to these days anyway, but we've got, the sun is in Virgo at the moment, so happy birthday to all the Virgos. I have lots of Virgo friends, and even though they like to party on a very subdued note, don't be taken back by that. They do still know how to party. They just don't do it in a loud, boisterous sort of way. They do it in a more quiet, calculated, sort of organised sort of way, but they still know how to let their hair down and have fun. And sort of quite often they're the ones that are still standing at the end of the night at a party because they've paced themselves, where the fire signs tend to go a little bit overboard too quickly and, fade away very quickly. So, if you want to go out and have a good time and want to have a sustainable time with somebody that's a little bit sensible and can teach you to pace yourself if you're at a nightclub with how much alcohol you're going to consume, go out with a Virgo. I think that's my message here this week on that sort of thing. If you want to go out and party, find a Virgo to go partying with. It's their birthday time of the year, and I'm sure they're up for a good time. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct or holding hands the sun in Virgo at the moment. The sun is also conjunct or holding hands the south node. So Mercury is the planet of communication. So at the moment, it doesn't matter what your star sign is, but particularly for the earth signs, which is Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, and the opposite sign of Pisces, be very, very careful how you communicate. Make sure that your communication is very clear, it's very concise, it's very articulated. Make sure the other person is listening and they fully understand what you're trying to get across. It may be the time where you need to pause periodically every now and then and ask them, do they have any questions? Do they fully understand? Because sometimes with Virgo here, we can be so articulate with it that we forget to give a little bit of warmth with it as well. And sometimes sometimes people sort of just get blasé. They, the conversation's gone on for such a long time because Virgos like attention to detail that sometimes you can bore them to sleep. So this is why it's important sometimes to ask them, do they have any questions? Is there anything else they want clarified before you sort of move on with the next part of your conversation? So that's important, and also make sure that it's coming from the heart. So with the sun here conjunct the south node, now the south node is not actually a planet, it's what's known as a moon's node. Now when we see the south node, it means where we're coming from or what we need to be working on. So when we're looking at it coming from the south node in Virgo, it's asking us to work on our communication skills. It's also asking us to work on the things that are important to us, like health, diet, and lifestyle. Now, look, I know many of you sort of say, look, I haven't got time to exercise, or I haven't got time to do this or whatever. It's not about making excuses. It's about trying to make some changes in your life, even if they're only small steps. Not all of us are going to get up and go for a run around the park every morning. Now, let's be practical. There's not enough parks in the world for if everybody got out and decided to go for a run, we'd be all bumping into each other. And not everybody's going to go to the gym. But you can start to make some small changes in your life by looking at what you're putting in your mouth. Are you putting into your mouth good quality food, the best that you can possibly afford? And what is it doing to your body? Instead of sort of just looking for a fast alternative or something that's quick and easy. Fast food isn't actually quick. By the time you hop in the car and go down and get it, you could have actually probably made something at home, and something that would be more nutritious and you would enjoy better. But it's just one of those things that we have in our eyes. Oh, look, we'll just go and grab a takeaway. We'll just go and get some takeout. We'll just grab something fast. And sometimes being fast isn't necessarily nutritious, but it isn't necessarily being fast either. So it's asking you to look at your diet, your lifestyle, the things that maybe you can change. Can you lower some of the stress in your life? Can you add just another half a glass of water to your day? Things like this, that all these little things do make an improvement. I'm a firm believer in what you put into your body is what you'll get out of it. And I'm not a big fan of, people saying I'm on this diet or that eating regime. I believe in a balanced diet and giving your body what you need. And that way then, all the creams and lotions and potions under the sun won't work on your skin if you're not hydrating from the inside out. And I'm a firm believer in plenty of water. I'm not saying I don't drink coffee or have an occasional, can of soda, but what I'm saying is I mainly drink water because that's the greatest hydration you can give your skin no matter what age you are. So maybe that might be something you want to add to your list. Start, doing it in little bits. I didn't particularly like water 20 odd years ago when I started, little sips here and there until I got to the point that I actually liked the taste of it. So if I can do it, so can you. So it's important that we look at, no matter what your star sign is, how we can improve our diet, our health, and our lifestyle at the moment, because we want to be around for a lot longer. So it's important to make sure that we're feeding ourselves and looking after ourselves to the very best that we can. So if you're seeking love, and I know a lot of people out there are seeking love, and I'm going to say to you, Venus is in Leo at the moment. Now, disregard whatever your star sign is. Let's look at the Leo energy here. With Venus in Leo, it's asking you to get out and strut your stuff. So if you're looking for love, there's no point in going to the library where you've got to be quiet. You're not allowed to open your mouth and you're not allowed to talk loud or anything like that. You want to go to a place or places where people are having a good time, where people are showing off a little bit, where people are strutting their stuff, or places that make you smile. That could be a video game arcade. It could be going to a concert. It could be going to the mall. It could be lots of places. So there is love around the horizon here. And many people will fall in love during this Leo season of, Venus being in Leo. So it's a time to sort of get out there, put your best outfit on and go out and go, presenting yourself to the world, I think, is the secret here. It's not necessarily looking for a stage to perform on, but it's like every time you walk out the door in the best way that you can, so that then if you do meet somebody or you do catch somebody's eye, at least you're feeling good about yourself and you're feeling as if, great, I've met somebody and I was really feeling terrific that day. I was really feeling at my best. And I think that will sort of shine through. And then you'll find then that, if you're meant to attract love, you will. Not always at the time in our lives when we expect or need love do we attract love. It's one of those things that love creeps up on us sometimes when we least expect it. So, it's always important to sort of look your best, I suppose, or the best you can for that day when you step out the door, even if you are only going to the market. Lots of people have met the true love of their life over a bunch of bananas at the market, believe you me. So we have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting at the moment in Libra. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed every morning, that gives us our ego, our drive, and sort of says, it's time to get out of bed, it's time to get moving. So Mars is sitting in Libra at the moment. So he's asking you to sort of balance everything out in your life. He's saying, on one hand, yes, you can be very, very motivated, you can be very enthusiastic and organised, but make sure that it's in some sort of balance, that we're not going too fast and we're going to burn out too quickly. There needs to be a sustainable race that we're running at the moment to achieve everything. So this is mainly predominantly for the air signs, which is Libra, Aquarius and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Aries. But it is filtering over to the other remaining 8 signs, but not quite as strong or not quite as dynamic as it was. But, if you're wanting to get some new ideas off the ground, make sure that you've got the enthusiasm, but make sure you bring it into balance too. Sometimes, we need a real push to get started, and then we need to level it out. We need to sort of things to become a lot more level and say to ourselves, okay, this is what I need to be doing. This is how I need to be sort of managing things, because everything is not going as I want it to at the moment. We have Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. Now, it's really interesting because Jupiter is yes, definitely the planet of expansion, and that includes expanding waistlines. And with it sitting in Cancer, for all Cancerians, I'm going to say to you, one of the 5 food groups which isn't included by a dietitian is chocolates or candy. And particularly the chocolate flavoured candy is very important to them, because if they're feeling down, they have a piece. If they're feeling happy, they have some. If they're feeling sad, if they're feeling worried, if they're feeling whatever. So they need to have a little bit every day. It's sort of part of eating their protein and vegetables to them, not necessarily so much for the other signs. And I'm not saying a lot of it, I'm saying a small amount. It helps boost their confidence. It helps them think. It helps them get motivated. So if you're a Cancer, make sure that you put that on the shopping list, and only little bits at a time, please. So Jupiter is the opportunity here where they can sort of really start to expand their lives out. I've had lots of messages from people that are either a Cancer or have somebody in the family that's a Cancer, and they're saying, what on earth is going on with these people? One minute they're happy and positive, and the next minute they're retreating into their shell, they're angry, they're titchy, we can't sort of make any conversation with them. You've got to understand, from a Cancer's point of view, Jupiter here sort of asking them to live big and to be bigger than life and take some bold steps is all very great in their head. And then when they start to put it into action, it's, oh my God, am I doing the right thing? I'm feeling really quite uncomfortable here. I'm not feeling as if this is the right way for me. I'm feeling as if, maybe I've overstepped the mark here. And they're starting to feel that their confidence is not quite with them. So they are going to appear to be a little bit moody. So I'm going to ask you again to be very patient with them. When they're in a buoyant, positive, happy mood, all get on the train with them. And when they're in a grumpy mood, let them retract in their shell and go and have some peace and quiet by themselves, and you wander off and do something else rather than create an argument or a disagreement. Just know that this is where they're meant to be. They've taken a bold step, and now they need to back off. They need to back off a little bit and just look at what's actually sort of happening. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restrictions, has just moved back, has gone retrograde, gone back into from Aries back into Pisces. Now, it's going to be there till the end of November. So this is sort of like a last little look around for Saturn to sort of say to all you darling Pisceans, did you really learn all the lessons that I dished out to you for 2.5 years? Or do we need a little bit of a refresher course? Do we just need to sort of go back and check everything is okay, that everything is right, that you've done everything that I asked you to do, and now we can sort of move forward? So it's a time there where it's not necessarily a restriction on their life. It's just a time when they can sort of just chill out a little bit, take a little bit of a breather, just triple check that everything in their life is going the way that they want it to, and then they can move forward. We're going to talk with Jeanette in Southampton in England. Are you there, Jeanette?
I am here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yep. Can you tell me when I'm going to be in a relationship or love coming in?
Oh, certainly we can handle that. Love's a very important topic, isn't it? I mean, none of us want to walk around in ones. I don't believe we're designed to do that. I think we're designed to have a partner in our lives. Really, really interesting. The first thing that they're sharing with me is that you now know what you want. in a relationship. And I think it's taken you a little bit of time to get here, Jeanette, to understand that you've always been too much of a giver, have you not?
Yes.
And that's been really hard for you to turn around and say, hang on a minute, the giving's got to be to me now. I've got to be number one in the queue. And that takes a lot of practice to be able to do that and to understand that, and to also stop trying to fix other people's worlds. You know, you're what I call a rescuer. And it's really hard when you've always seen potential in somebody and you think, if I only help them do this and this and this and this and this, then they'll get to where they need to go. And yes, you do all that, and then they toddle off with someone else because you've got them to a state of where they're feeling very confident and very secure in themselves. So now we've got to take that energy and put it into you. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. I'm just saying now you've got to look at that you're number one. You need to be taken care of. You need to be the most important person in someone else's world. And having said all that, you've changed the way that you're now approaching. If you were to meet someone, tomorrow, you wouldn't look at what potential have they got and how can I help them. You'd look at them and say, okay, what benefit do you bring to my life now? And that's really important, because that was really hard for you to swap everything around like that, was it not?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good, because that means now you're right on track to meet somebody. They're showing me October, so I'm going to assume it's this October and not one further down the track. And they're actually showing me it's going to be at a social event. So I didn't feel that you were that sort of social. I didn't think that you necessarily like to go out that much, particularly in noisy places.
I haven't been out for quite some time, but I'm going away this week for a couple of weeks to Greece, and I'll be back at the end of September. And I think some of my friends want to go out to some places. So
Good. Well, I want you to go out, even if it's, you know, you sort of think, oh, gee, I don't know whether I can handle that, the noise and the music and the this and that and the other. I want you to go anyway, because it's one of these, it's not like going out to a restaurant and having a meal with a friend and we're just catching up. It's got to be somewhere where there's life, where there's music, there's people, and there's people coming and going, and not necessarily a hotel or a pub, but it's somewhere that's lively. And that's where I feel you're going to meet this new man. He's tall, he's dark-headed, he's good looking, got a bit of a wave in his hair. He sort of is a little bit nervous, I think. I don't think he's been in a relationship for some time, and I think he's sort of gone out with some friends because he's got to make an effort to sort of get out there. He's, you know, his friends have said to him, Mrs. Wright isn't going to come and knock on the door and say, hey, are you available? You know, you've got to get out there and meet people. So he's feeling a little bit awkward too. But look, the two of you hit it off like a house on fire. I think there's a lot of laughter, a lot of fun. And I actually feel the two of you will sort of form a really good bond really, really quickly, and you'll find that you've got a lot of things in common. I'm not saying you won't go out, but I'm saying you won't necessarily be replicating this noisy sort of Yahoo-y type night out. You know, you sort of enjoy going out for a meal or going to the movies or going for a trip. You know, you like to do things together. And he's a really, really nice man. He's been on his own for some time. And, you know, I couldn't pick a nicer man for you. He's just really kind and very considerate. I don't know where you live in England, but what I'm seeing with him, he lives somewhere where there's a little bit of open space. I can see rolling hills in the background. So where you're living, is there a little bit of countryside like that near you, close to you?
There is further out, yes. I'm down by the coast where the cruise ships leave from, in Southampton.
Right, okay. Right, I can see him sort of more in a rural setting, but I didn't feel it was that far from you. I sort of thought maybe half an hour's drive.
Yeah, we have lots of rural settings, probably about that distance or a bit more, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so to me, it's not too far. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not as if he's got to drive for 3 hours to get to you. It's sort of like, I just sort of feel with him, I don't feel that there's a shortage of money, but he doesn't throw it around either. You know, like he's not flamboyant with it, but he's certainly not mean with it. But he's a really, really nice man. And I think the two of you are going to end up forming a nice union and, you know, have a very long time, a happy time together. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
Can I just ask you, do you feel he's a soulmate for me? Because I've never met my soulmate.
Okay, soulmates to me are hard work. So we don't necessarily want to meet a soulmate. We want to meet your twin soul. somebody that is the other half of your soul, somebody that completes you. Soulmates is usually a lot of hard work, a lot of karmic lessons, and we don't want that. We want somebody that you can relate to, somebody that is the other half of you and you're the other half of him, and that's what this is going to be. There's lots of laughter, and I think it's been a long time since you've had some really good belly laughs, but this man's going to get you in stitches of laughter. And I don't feel he's much of a drinker. I'm not saying he's against anybody that likes to have a little drink, but for him personally, he'd rather have a cup of tea and a nice piece of cake. That's more his style.
Do you see him as English or foreign?
Yeah, no, I felt he was English. I felt he was English because just by the way he spoke and the way he dressed, he sort of felt very English. And, you know, I constantly saw him with a mug of tea in his hand. And I don't know too many other nationalities around the world that like their tea quite as much. So anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave it. So I wish you luck with him. So we're going to talk with Brittany now in Sheridan in Michigan in the USA. Are you there, Brittany?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Brittany?
I was wondering if you could do like a general read.
Yeah, sure. I just always ask if there's a question because we've got such limited time. I want to make sure that I answer, you know, the reason why you phoned into the show.
I would say maybe about a situation with my children.
Okay. When you're asking about children, that's sort of an area that by different laws in different states that we're not allowed to cover. If it's more to do with are they happy, I can answer that. But if it's to do with a custody situation, the answer is no. I don't deal with legal stuff.
Okay. Well, I already know that they're happy. Well, a general read maybe just about.
Okay. Right.
What was that?
Okay, all right. Well, I can go into a general reading. They're starting to give me the fact that there's a lot of endings, change and transformation coming up around you. And it's time now that you need to stand up and be counted. It's like you've got to take your own power back. And I'm not saying that you're a weak person. I'm just saying this last 18 months, to me, it's sort of like it's been a bit of a struggle. It's like I've constantly, as I thought I got through one situation and there was another one there behind it that I had to sort of, you know, turn around and back up and have more energy for. That's all coming to an end now. So that's a good. I feel that, you know, as we slowly start to turn the corner, which we are doing now in the month of September, but as we glide through to the end of this year, each day that goes by, you're getting a little bit stronger, things are clearing up a little bit more, and you're starting to see, I've got something to be excited about. I've got new opportunities that are coming. Were you looking for another job? Because they keep showing me a question mark around a job.
I currently own a restaurant and I'm having difficulties with some employees.
Right. Okay, so you're making changes
I
with
wouldn't
that?
say I'm looking for a new job.
No, but are you changing how you're running the restaurant? Is there things there that you're looking to change?
Yeah, somewhat of what I'm looking to change, and I'm continuously looking for a second location.
Right. Okay. Well, that'll still come out as a change to me. So, because, you know, you got to understand when they're coming through from the other side, I've got to try and interpret their symbolism, and they just sort of showed me work and a question mark. So I just assumed maybe, you know, looking for another job. But if you're looking for another location, that's good. I'm going to say to you, I want you to go out of the area of where you've been looking. I think where you've been looking is not necessarily the right thing, and that's why something hasn't turned up. It's sort of like go a little bit to the right of it, sort of maybe half a mile down the road or something like that. You're going to find a location that is more than perfect, but it needs a bit of work. Well, obviously it's going to need work to put your stamp on it, but this to me is a little bit bigger than what you first imagined that you could have, was in your budget, and in a location where there's enough parking and all those sort of things. And it's just sort of like, it's like, you know, you've obviously got a search area that you've been looking in, just broaden that a little bit, and I think you're going to find the perfect thing. So are we aiming to have this open by the early part of the new year if we find the right location?
It's like I said, if I find the right location, that's kind of it's been up in the air with my boyfriend and trying to get him to come on. I own it by myself, but I'm trying to get him on board to do more with me.
Why is he hesitant?
He owns his own business as well. It's a lot of liability.
Right. Okay. All right. No, I just didn't feel he was as passionate about this as you are. I'm not saying he's not keen on the idea. He just didn't seem to have the passion. You seem to be the one that's got the drive, the passion, the whatevers. Look, I'm no good at trying to say to you it's such and such a location. All I can say to you is it's bigger than what you thought. It's got very high ceilings and it's got a different vibe to where you are now, but it sort of certainly fits the bill for what you're looking for as far as parking and, you know, accessibility for people and all that sort of stuff. And I felt that, you know, you were going to find this fairly soon. I think it's fairly quick turnaround to sort of get it up and operational the way that you want it to. Interestingly enough, this building is sat waiting for you. It hasn't had anybody in it for a few months, and that's sort of when you trip across it and you think, well, what's wrong? Why didn't anybody snap this up? It's not that there's anything wrong with it. Sometimes the universe just waits for us to catch up, and that's what I think this is. It's going to give you an opportunity to expand the business, not just expand it by having a second location, but this second location is bigger than what you've currently got. So it enables you to sort of really expand everything right out, and it's really good. I don't feel uncomfortable with it, and I do feel that with that you're going to bring in not so much a different type of food, but you're going to add more things to this. You know, like I think there could be events and things like that held to you where maybe in the current location you don't have as much room for that sort of thing. So, you know, to me it's not just going to be a restaurant, it's going to be an opportunity to have events and weddings and things like that as well. So I hope that's helped you. That's where we've got to leave it now. We've come to the end of the show, unfortunately, Brittany. So it's always nice to talk to people from around the world because we, you know, everybody has different things that's going on in their lives and different things that they need answered. And, you know, it's a time of change, and it's a time where people are, you know, expanding opportunities and taking giant steps forward, and some people are just taking that step forward looking for love and understanding what they wanted, you know, at this stage in their life, which is different to what you might have wanted in your 20s. And they're all good choices and all good decisions, and we need to sort of honour those, and we need to be open and honest with ourselves about what we're hoping to achieve in this next stages of our lives. And, you know, with everything sort of seeming like it's moving so fast that, you know, we've got to keep reinventing ourselves and re-looking at what our goals and our desires are. So this week I want to leave you with a very, very old song, and it's going to show my age here because I think this was back in the early 60s, and it's by the Byrds, and it's a song that's called Turn, 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 and it talks about everything in our lives has a season and has a reason and things like that. And I think it's just a very appropriate song to leave you with this week because life is about seasons and changes, and we do all make turn, turn, turn in our lives. So until next week, enjoy the Byrds and bye for now.
Welcome. I am Robin. Nice to see you here. Sorry, that intro really gets me smiling and gets me excited. So I don't know if y'all get to see that, but wow, me watching it's like, whoa, it's so fun. Anyway, I am a healer, and that looks different for everybody because I'm outside of modalities. So whatever you're looking for, that's what I'm able to give you at the time. But it doesn't always look like what you're looking for, but it is what you need to move forward in your healing. So just be aware of that. And we're going to do the same. I'm just going to provide light for the collective, although next week I am going to take a call. So if you're interested on being in the show, please call in and let them know. Let me just give you a quick thing. If you like what I do and you want something more personal, I am doing a live group event on June 18th, which is next Saturday. It'll be June 28th. June 28th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to join some other like-minded people and receive some healing light, and hopefully I'll be able to give you a read while you're there. I'll get to as many as I can in the hour. Go to my website if you would like that, or if you'd like a one-on-one session. My website is robinchaney.com, and Chaney is spelled like